Hi, Aaron. Hi, user. A lot of numbers. Hi, hi, Malv. Hi, Mel. Hi, Girl Boss. Hi, Obi. Hi, Lyrical Buki. Hi, Shania. Happy Sunday, onesie dunsey.
Why are you putting makeup on?
Because I want to. Hi, Chardonnay.
For fun.
Thank you. Hi, Lola Lex. Yeah, for fun. Hi, Danny.
Sure, let's go.
Hi, Bad. Hi, Anika. Hi, Lauren.
Give me a sec.
Lindsay, girl, you about to be sad by yourself, honey. Listen. Listen. I knew that Trinity was going to say, listen, I knew that Trinity was going to have Sean and Bryce as an option. I felt like she was going to be the second to last, though. I thought Kenzie was going to be the last girl. So I thought that Trinity was going to be second to last. But I knew that she was going to pick Bryce, y'all, because he's the safest choice, okay? He's the safest choice. I did not think that Corbin was actually going to choose first. But once they said that, I record myself while I watch the show. Once they said that, I knew he was going to pick Kenzie. Because Kata doesn't want that man. He don't want that man. She don't want that man. Nobody wants that man. Y'all, I'm literally just playing in makeup. Hi, Summers. I'm not gonna like what you have to say tonight. Why? So the YouTube video is up for the last 3. I haven't put up the YouTube of me watching the videos, y'all. I gotta actually edit those. Because it's a bunch of time where I'm just sitting there watching the episode. And y'all don't want to sit there and watch me just... So I'm gonna cut it up so that it's just my commentary. Listen, I'm saying... What I am gonna say is I know they're bringing in a bunch of light brights and white people. I kind of hope Soul does go for Sincere because I'm ready for Melody to pack it up and ship it out.
Huh?
I'm ready for Melody to pack it up and ship it the fuck out. So glad that she finally got to a place of being able to acknowledge that she was wrong. Baya's vindicated. Shout out my nigga Baya. What have I been saying? A lot of us have been saying, right? What have a ton of us been saying for however many hours since the last episode? That Baya was not in the wrong. She acknowledged, thanks to Trinity, maybe my delivery is crazy. I really want food right now. We're going to go ahead and just block you, babe. Bad, you're in here. Gigi, you're in here. I really just want food. They can go ahead and get the fuck. I'm not playing that with y'all this year. I don't give a fuck about y'all being in my live enough to not just block you immediately. Talk crazy, talk funny, get out. Period. Full stop. But Trinity talking to her and basically letting her know, like, you know, it may just be the fact that you and her are not super close like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it may have felt like you was trying to check her. You feel me? Was able for, you know, Baya was able to say, okay, cool. Y'all, I don't even know why I'm doing all this. I'm gonna be annoyed immediately. And was able to say, Baya, shout out my nigga Baya. Shout out my nigga Baya. That literally, I know she not a nigga, y'all. But she literally, y'all know the reference. She literally said, I meant what I said. But I can acknowledge it might have been my delivery. And I said, girl. That's the only kind of girl I like. Bea was never wrong. She was never wrong. Maybe you didn't like how I said it. Cool. But I wasn't wrong. And I agree. Her delivery was not crazy. I don't think she literally talked to her. Here's my thing. Here's my thing about the Bea and Melanie thing. And then I'm going to get off of it because I don't want to talk about it no more, right? But my thing about the Bea and Melanie thing is we watch Bea have an effective conversation with Sean. We watched Bea have an effective conversation with Kenzie. The only person that lost their shit was fucking Melanie. Baby, the common denominator in perfectly resolved, accountable conversations is Bea, not you. You are the only one we've seen out of the two of you be Delulu around this motherfucker. I said what I said.
Where's Jenny at? Out here. I see her. She's running. She's in the bathroom.
I said what I said.
Why did she run?
I thought Kenzie was going to be last, but I told y'all who the front runner girls were tonight. And I knew who it was gonna come down to.
That's mine.
And we're glad that the police officer is home in time for the second birthday. He gotta be there for the bouncy house and shit. You know, he gotta make sure it don't fall over and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, he gotta be there to support his baby. I love that for him. And he's gonna have plenty of opportunities, okay? Look, Agua the Freaky is already following the man, okay? He is gonna be just fine. But he had to get the fuck, all right? Y'all, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm literally a little kid playing in makeup right now.
Me too.
This look cray-cray, but it's okay. Listen, they didn't need no baby daddy in that no baby daddy. Sorry, y'all. They didn't need no baby daddy in that damn villa, y'all. Okay? He didn't get voted off. He just didn't get picked, Shakira. Sean went home. Will you open this, please? Sean went home.
Cute.
Goodbye.
What are you playing?
Goodbye.
I don't know.
You know, shout out to his sister and his mama that was campaigning for him for the first week of the season. You know, I'm sure they will be happy to receive him back home. We're gonna have to work on this, but that's okay.
Yeah, a little chapstick too.
Ooh, not you kind of come for me. Ooh, child. She said, girl, them lips is dry. Polo, baby. Polo Tink Tink. He was so sad he didn't get picked. Listen, Mila,
Like catch the baby.
thank you for my tens, my love. Thank you for my tens, my love. And here's the thing. Here's what we found out. Literally, Kenzie said, okay, y'all, I'm yelling at y'all. I'm sorry. Kenzie literally said that she was still going to choose Corbin no matter what.
How many tacos you want?
I don't want none. 2, I guess. I'll eat 2. She said, I was going to choose him anyway. And I told y'all that part of the twist was that they were going to realize that the person was going home. Jules, I don't. No shade. I'm not trying to be shady, but I don't. Like, it's the way the game works. Are y'all cool? Listen, I don't feel bad for that man. He's going to have plenty of opportunities, okay? More. Thank you so much. I love this wall too. Thank you. Listen, they just up there cutting up, y'all. He's gonna have plenty of opportunities. Okay, he is going to be just fine. And there will be no 22-year-old stepmothers made in the process. Okay, not in my villa. If you don't know, in just a little bit, Fifth House Readings is going to join us. We're going to work on that, but that's okay. Fifth House Readings is going to join us and go through Sean's birth chart with us. He can do a brand deal with Carter's, Pampers, Huggies, whomever, okay? Go ahead and get them family shoots going, okay? That's adorable. I love that. I love it.
Where's the look over going? I've been outside.
Oh, man.
He don't need to be on Love Island games either, y'all. Stop it. Stop it. No. He don't need to be back on that island. Keep him out of Fiji unless he is there as a tourist. Stop it, y'all. Stop. Why y'all want him to spend more time away from his child? Y'all neglectful parents or something? I'm just kidding.
Real.
I'm just teasing. Listen. Okay, what do I think about KC's speech to Anaya? Y'all, I don't know why don't y'all trust black men for real? Like, listen, I know y'all are traumatized from Uno, but what has KC done to traumatize y'all? What has he done except what he has always said he was going to do? That man, the way that man was giggling and kicking his feet when Anaya didn't get chosen so he could have her. That man has a Maya Angelou quote on his back. Malcolm X on his leg. Michael Jackson, he's not playing. He's not playing.
Stop playing about him. Stop playing with him.
Y'all wanted to ship him with Kenzie so bad because y'all are traumatized from fucking 3D and Uno. Y'all are traumatized from 3D and Uno. Right now, y'all have actually nothing to make you think that that man is a weirdo. Listen, child, they're like, he wants Kenzie from that one little conversation that they had. That one little conversation they had where he asked if she would explore their connections. Whole time, that was production encouraging them to ask that goddamn question. Because Sean was over there asking the girls the same goddamn thing. It's time to get curious. That's all that was. KC meant what he said. I think that Anaya likes him more and more every day. Listen, I know that y'all are on my girl Anaya's helmet about being a colorist. Please stop playing in her face, okay? He does not want Kata. No shade, all tea. You ain't had not one moment in this show to make you think that that man wants Kata. Cut the bullshit. He literally said, when I think of a black woman, I see you. Cut the shit. Don't y'all start that shit where y'all can't believe that a dark-skinned black woman could be desired. Don't y'all start that shit again. Don't start that shit again this season. Don't play with me. I will come for y'all all season about that. I don't think that that girl is colorist. I think that she grew up in a certain tax bracket where the boys that might have been attracted to her did not look like KC. Where the boys that gave her attention were not the boys that looked like KC. So she developed a type based on who was giving her attention. Right? And then she said that she struggled with her own stuff, right? Being a young black girl, right? That now as she's gotten older, she's come out of that, right? But that definitely was a thing for her. They bonded on some real shit. I don't know. Why are y'all... Listen, don't play with me about this. I also really enjoyed Bryce and Trinity's conversation tonight. They still need to just be friends. But I enjoyed the conversation. I did. Y'all, this is a lot for me. They're calling him performative because they're not accustomed to the people they date actually liking them, y'all. You just got to ignore people like that. Okay? They ain't got no black consciousness, and they're not accustomed to the people that they date actually liking them as people. They can't at all recognize what it looks like for a black man to big up a black woman. Clock it, TJ. Low racial self-esteem. Y'all got to just ignore them. You got to ignore them. They're like, it's not real. Baby, because you don't believe it for yourself, so you can't believe it for her. You can't believe it for her if you don't believe it for yourself. Oh, thank you, Sade. I was playing in my makeup while I was watching the show. Listen, y'all, I don't know how to do makeup. My daughter was literally coaching me on how to do my makeup. So this is day one of practice. Listen. Exactly. Thank you. Melanie definitely finally stepped up to the plate and said, no, you know what, Erica? It brought tears to my eyes too. It brought tears to my eyes too. Oh, thank you, New. Just scrolling. It brought tears to my eyes too. We're talking about the people saying that KC was being performative, Sade, when he was talking to Anaya. That's crazy. That man meant what he said. Said, please, why you always hating? Like, that man meant what he said. And it was beautiful. Literally, when I was watching it, so y'all know, I'm recording it while I watch it, right? And I literally said, I was like, listen, they knew that they needed to give us something after the trauma that we endured from fucking Uno in 3D. They knew that we needed something after what we had to go through with Uno and 3D. I think all of them watched last season. They knew the names of the rooms and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, they knew what they were called. So I think they probably all watched it. I also want us to acknowledge that people can watch the show without being game players, okay? The only person, I'm going to keep reminding y'all because whatever. The only person that you have seen even potentially being a game player is Melanie. She's the only one that has quoted you lines from last season. She's the only one. That you could even potentially make that claim with, okay? But that man meant that. And y'all gonna stop playing in my girl's face and acting like she can't be desired, period. Now here's the thing. Anaya? Don't do this. Don't coddle that girl. No motherfucking more. Okay? Don't coddle her no more. I don't want to hear it. No more. Finish it. End it. Done. Okay? Because I almost had... Well... She may not be my top girl, y'all. She in my top, though. She in my top. But she may not be the top girl no more. I need her to pull it together tomorrow night. None of the girls are asking how Anaya is feeling because they don't care. Like, and Anaya is too busy making herself the strong friend in the villa. Like, why would they even think they need to? That girl said, give me 10, and she ran that girl down. Please. Please. I feel like we finally got to see Trinity this episode. Like, she's been a little kiki, whatever, you know what I'm saying? She's been a little kiki. She's been a little fun, a little moment here or there. But, like, tonight, they actually gave us substance for Trinity. And I said, okay, girl. And she clearly is very comfortable with Bryce. Like, she trusts that man to have good conversations with him. And I love that for her. Faves tonight for me, honestly, is Bea, Casey, and I think probably Trinity tonight. Oh, thank you, Sheopatra. Bea, I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. I meant what I said, but I can't. Because, yes, I meant what I said. But I can acknowledge my delivery, babe. I'm not being great. Oh, you know what? I actually like Sincere this episode, too. Listen.
Ooh, what's for dinner?
I know y'all don't like that man. I know y'all don't like that man. I know y'all don't like that man, but I do. Listen, I'm going to give y'all, that man was gaslighting in that conversation.
Or what?
He was lying.
Let's go.
He was lying, okay? He absolutely was trying to test the waters with that girl, okay? He was lying. But it took a lot of emotional maturity and humility and vulnerability for him to both seek out the counsel of Anaya and then to actually go and talk to that girl. And to admit the things, right? To actually address the stuff, to talk about what he didn't like.
Your stomach hurts.
That said,
That's like a toilet. Nope.
y'all, that said, I do wonder, and I'm gonna give him the next episode, but I do wonder, or the next few episodes, whatever, how much of that is about you truly liking her and wanting to be with her as much as it is about you feeling like you were about to lose. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. You know? So we'll just have to see. We'll just have to see. To the person that said they feel like Melanie is giving fake to them, I don't disagree. It's something about her that is disingenuous. Gigi. Something about her is disingenuous. You know what I mean? Like it felt like she was trying to, she was fishing for that compliment so that she was trying to find something to say about Bea that was nice. And it didn't feel sincere. Corbin is boring. I also knew that Kenzie was going to, you know, she was going to move for that man. She was going to accept whatever he said at that dock and be okay with it. Because the fact that that man kissed her and then was dry begging for kisses from Kata, that can I get a hug ass nigga, what? You repeating the same lines over and over. He thinks he has game. He's so lucky. I mean, Kenzie was going to choose him anyway because like I said, she was moving for that man. But he is so lucky he got to choose. Because the way Anaya and Trinity are like, Anaya was like, it's giving fuckboy. Corbin is 22. He's very dry. He thinks that being cute is enough. It's not. Listen, I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. I actually don't care at this point, like, the order of people that go home anymore. As long as that cop got off my island. As long as he was home in time for the birthday party, I don't actually care. Because I'm not doing no clients this season, y'all. I have top people that I like, but I don't really care about nothing else. You know what I'm saying? Something about Bryce is off to you. Maybe the fact that he's 29 with a 22-year-old. That might be what it is. I don't know. There's definitely, as of right now, there's definitely no diamond of the season. You know, there's no one that is giving like, I want to see you win. I hate that I'm about to say this out loud. I do think it was. I already talked about that. I think that the Casey and I conversation was genuine. I hate that I'm about to say it out loud, but if I was going to say that I felt that way about anyone, like I really hope they make it to the end, y'all, it would not be a woman. I'm embarrassed. It would be KC. Oh, how embarrassing. Oh my God, don't look at me.
It's hot as fuck out there.
Y'all, like cause Anaya was my top girl. She was my top girl, but I need her to rest. I need her to understand that she's on vacation. You're on vacation and looking for love. Why are you working so hard? Rest, baby. Rest. And here's what I hope for her. And I've said this, I think, on someone else's panel, actually. I think I said it on Mila's panel. What I hope for Anaya is that the experience of KC begins to rewrite some things in her brain chemistry, and that she actually finds a space where she can rest. Where because he has affirmed her in this way, because he has validated how he feels about her, you're the blueprint. That's what he told her. Listen, y'all think that man is scamming. I'm gonna keep repeating, Malcolm X is on that man's leg, and y'all know how Malcolm felt about black women. Stop playing.
Why'd you open that?
Sorry.
Why do y'all are traumatized from Uno. Y'all are traumatized from Uno. There actually are black men that are well-read and well-versed and actually do appreciate and love black women.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie.
And I don't even care if they stay together. I don't care about that, right? I don't care about that. What I care about is that she gets something out of this experience that allows her to realize I actually don't have to be the caretaker. I don't have to show up as the therapist or the mammy or the whatever of the villa.
Did y'all just fit these cards in there? You're not care?
You know what I'm saying? That's what I hope for her.
You want chairs? You're getting mean.
He's not lying. He said, when I think about a black woman, I see you. When I picture a black woman, I see you. I think of you. If nothing else, I hope that girl walks out of there feeling so fucking affirmed and so validated in who she is as a black woman. Bryce and Trinity, I'm not moving, y'all. I said what I said. She's 22, he's 29. Wrap it up. Wonderful friendship couple. After that, wrap it up. No shade. I don't have nothing against Bryce. I don't have anything. I don't feel like Bryce, I don't like that. I don't feel nothing like that about him. But I need him to be with somebody that's not 22. Period. Full stop. And I think Trinity also doesn't want to be with the 29-year-old. So my hope is that they both are clear. We are doing this until we don't need to do it anymore. And I hope that they're both able to pivot at a time that is not harmful to either one of them. But if I have to choose, I'm gonna keep Trinity on the island.
I don't know. What does it look like? What means?
J Baby, I agree.
It's just Pinto instead of black.
What is in it?
We weren't gonna get anything from Gabriel or Beatrice or really Melanie we got very little of the other couples because I told y'all after first look, Trinity and Kenzie were our girls of the night. They were our girls of the night.
Why are you taking so dang long? Put a little more in that. It's not balanced in that one.
I don't think that I don't necessarily need a bunch of confessionals from Gabriel. What I love for Bea though is that because that man is so passionate and, you know, lustful, to be perfectly honest. But what it's doing for her is it's making her feel desired in her femininity, right? And I love that for her.
He said if he doesn't let me take the car, then he would have taken me, but I wasn't like that. Here's a burger burger.
What?
What?
What happened?
No, I don't disagree, y'all. He's absolutely being lustful. Absolutely.
My bad, guys.
Honestly, I feel like it's creepy. But I don't care because she's getting something out of it.
Autism.
I don't care. She's getting something out of it.
Am I?
Shout out my girl, Bae. Right? Like, she's getting something out of it, and I'm okay
There's no cheese here.
with her getting what she needs. There is. Y'all literally had it the other day when y'all had
You
nachos.
really took it home.
No, we didn't. Here it goes.
You eat that?
Whose speech? Oh, Beatrice's speech. Yeah, I really appreciated Bea giving us more of her tonight. And I appreciate production giving us more of Beatrice tonight. Because y'all been on my girl. Y'all been on my girl. And I get it. Y'all don't like the box braids. That's okay. I'm okay with that, right? But y'all been on my girl for shit that y'all didn't need to be on my girl about. I said what I said. She was not wrong.
I'm so interested.
She was not wrong. That girl was just crying. It's different, okay? Y'all are not about to do what y'all did with fucking Amaya last season again this season. Do not piss me off.
Why?
Okay?
I'm interested.
Just because she cried didn't mean that she wasn't the one that was wrong. Okay?
Give me 10.
Yeah, y'all, listen. Don't make me have to say it again.
Give me 10. Give me 10.
You already said.
Beatrice had box braids in, y'all. Listen, box braids and cornrows, y'all. But listen, okay? In the villa, you know, right is right and wrong is still wrong, okay? Listen. Get off my girl. Like, please. Listen, y'all, they so funny. Give me 10. Give me 10. Please.
You in the kitchen.
What are you doing?
I'm waiting till you're done with that video on it. Yes.
Arguing.
I'll wait.
You're undereducated black person.
Let me see. Right after that.
Shut up. I agree. People are too hard on Bea.
Too bad.
Listen, Trinity didn't tell Beatrice who are you checking. What Trinity told her is, you know, if you're not really friends like that, she might have taken it like you're checking her. That's what she said. She said, so you just need to see it from that perspective too.
Yeah, I do my push-ups in the morning like the soldier.
And here's the thing. I also feel like tonight confirmed that, you know, Beatrice is closer to Trinity and Anaya than the other girls. Listen, I feel like what's the girl's name? Kata's only friend in that villa is Zach. And if she had to choose the girls, I think she would choose Bea, Trinity, and Anaya. But her only friend in that goddamn villa is Zach and Bryce. And only Bryce could see be around her man. That's it. And no shade all tea, but y'all are clocking Melanie for being male center. Why y'all ain't got no heat for Kata? She ain't been from up under that man yet.
I'm genuinely impressed.
I'm genuinely impressed.
Oh, okay. Listen, did y'all love Bryce and Zach talking about they throuple tonight? Those of y'all that are shipping that little situation. I think that Melanie is trying to hold it in. But she said tonight what I have told y'all about her. We've all had insecurities in here. I wish this about myself. Right? Because every single person has insecurities, but hers are being triggered in there. Yeah, Melanie is Irish Spring's recommendation. Correct. Correct. That is the girl that Irish Spring recommended to come onto the show. Or told her that she should apply. Something like that. Whatever. I don't know, child. That wasn't nothing but Irish Spring looking for a moment. Girl, shut up. Don't nobody care that you told her to apply. Okay? And clock that T, Nola girl. Melanie cosplays as a bad bitch. Victoria Team Melanie. Okay, that's corny, but do you, boo?
I do need that actually. I bet. Come get it.
I'm not seeing nobody, but what I am going to tell you is that girl is male-censored and insecure as fuck, and she was absolutely in the wrong. Period, full stop. And she's a mean girl. Also, period, full stop. Except she's not even good at being a mean girl because she got owned and Kata had her on her damn belly real quick. So you're not even good at it. You got to be good at it. The fuck? If you going to say that shit, you better stand on it. Talking about some girl, I only chose you because you were the last person to get here. No, girl, I chose you because I didn't like my man being in your face. Bitch, you better own that shit. Girl, I did it because I don't like you like that. You better stand on it. Don't be no fake ass mean girl. I don't like that passive aggressive shit. Be direct. That's why she was crying when Bea was direct with her, even though Bea's voice was like this the whole time. You know, I feel like it was a little excessive. Yeah, I got you, boo. Here. Juvia's Place, Mocha Mischief. Look at me acting like an influencer. Mocha Mischief, and then Juvia's Place, Brown Sugar, and then Oasis. There you go. Why would we talk about Corbin? Corbin is boring. No shade. Thank you, my love. Corbin is boring. Fifth House Readings is here. Mamas, whenever you're ready, you can request up. RoboCop, Kindergarten Cop, Poor Peen Management. Baby Daddy is out of my villa, but she is going to read us. She's going to talk to us about his chart, y'all. Corbin is not even beautiful gowns. Yes. Come on, Gigi. He's not even beautiful gowns to me. He's boring, guys.
Hi, Fran.
Hi, friend.
I just want to do a quick PSA because as y'all could see, Victoria got out of here expeditiously. There are no votes on this Tina Island. We will just boot your ass and send you straight through. We will fast track your ass through the TSA, the TikTok TSA line. We don't play those games over here. We don't do ableist comments. We don't do any of the phobia comments.
Oh, yeah.
We don't do any of that. You will get blocked expa-fucking-ditiously. I'm not about that. None of the mods are about that. We will not be doing that. So y'all need to get this shit together and get the fucking tapping. Your new goal is 75K. Get to tapping. I know y'all enjoy the content. That's why y'all be lurking. There's 313 of y'all in here. So get to tapping or I'm turning the comments off.
Did someone do that, Gigi? Someone made a
Yes.
comment?
Yes,
Oh, hell
Victoria
no.
did it. That's why I blocked her.
Thank you. Thank you. See, my mods know I don't play that shit. No ableism, no H-phobia, no T-phobia, no racism, no, none of that shit flies in my life. Okay? None of that shit flies in my life.
What's T-phobia?
Transphobia. Okay? Don't do that. The comment about listen, y'all, the combo about Melanie and Bay. Okay, babe, request. Perfect. Shout out my girl Melanie for finally saying I was wrong. I was the one tripping. And saying what all the rest of us with good sense have been saying since the conversation happened, right? Glad she finally got there. Shout out my girl Beatrice that was like, I meant what I said, but maybe my delivery was not okay. Right? What you saw with Beatrice was a moment of someone saying, I'm going to humble so that you can actually get to a place where your guards can come down and you can actually own your shit. Of course, listen, this goes back to, listen, I'm about to shut up and let Fifth House Readings come up here and give y'all the tea about Sean. But this goes back to what I've said about Melanie already, right? She is male-centered, which is why all of her frustration and all of her angst is aimed at the girls, even though she feels slighted by Sincere. She's not taking it out on Sincere. She's taking it out on the girls. And she is harming the girls. Because she can't possibly aim that actual frustration at the person it is meant for because it's a man. And why would she ever do that? Oh, thank you, Carla. Wait. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm reading this right. I mean, honestly, Yana, yes. That's what I liked about it. And Steak from Lake Farm, I don't think she actually needed to apologize to her. No shade, all tea. That girl, Beatrice did not talk to Melanie any differently than she talked to Sean, any differently than she talked to Kenzie, any differently than she's talked to anybody. Melanie was the only person that lost her shit, and that's simply because Melanie cannot take a woman correcting her and speaking directly to her and straight, period. That is literally all that it's about. She could not imagine a girl that... Okay, I'm going to say this last thing, and I'm going to drop it. She could not imagine... No, you're good. Melanie could not imagine that a girl that she thinks is less than her, because all that she could find to say good about Beatrice is that she's athletic. How you gonna check me? And the gag is, I don't even think Beatrice was trying to check her. She truly was saying, I didn't like this behavior. It made us feel away. I would like you to like not do that again. That's literally all that it was, but Melanie could not receive it. Oh, thank you so much. You disagree, JG? With what? And I think you're wrong, probably. Melanie agreed she did too much. She said I was the one that was tripping tonight. She said that because she was. Okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. Let me get my life together.
So please, before you start Fifth House Readings, give an intro to them into who you are. And if you all do not know, we are going to spend the next, I'm going to say 45 minutes chatting about Sean's birth chart and some tea. And then we'll get into questions, whatever else needs to happen in the live tonight, y'all.
Wait, what am I supposed to do again? I'm so sorry. Dory, oh my gosh. Oh.
No, you're fine. I'm laughing because my daughter and her friend are watching us online. I want you to
Oh my gosh. I ain't got it.
I want you to introduce yourself to the live. Tell them who you are and y'all go follow too.
Oh, okay. Hi guys. Ooh, that's crazy looking. Sorry. I'm gonna get on camera for y'all. Hi. So
Gorgeous.
thank you. So I am fifth house. I'm Glow. I just do birth chart readings. I am not a psychic. When I close my eyes, all I see is black, just like y'all. Please do not ask me about the future. I can't tell you nothing. I don't know nothing. It never gave that. All I do is look at the math and that's it. The numbers make sense to me, the angles make sense to me, and the stars make sense to me. That is it. So I like to make that clear because people think astrology is like some form of psychicism. It could be for some people, it is not for me. It's just math. I don't have the other things that people that use astrology have. With that being said, what else am I supposed to say? Oh yeah, sorry. I just thought we were gonna be chatting. Hey, my chat got reported last night. Okay, every time I get on live, I get reported, and I don't be saying nothing. So I'm scared. I'm scared.
Listen, y'all, don't play. Don't play. We're glowing here, y'all.
So respectfully, like, I try to be very honest. When I give my birth chart readings, it's never, I don't do astrology where you feel good when you're done because I told you nice things. I do astrology where you have clarity, regardless of how honest it is, you know? I want you to take whatever information I give you and apply it to your life because that's what you're supposed to be doing. It's literally an instruction manual. It is not something that you come to me and you book a reading and you think I'm going to tell you a fairy tale story of what can happen. So when I say things and you don't agree with it, I have reached a conclusion in my life where I'm okay with that because I understand that what I'm seeing is what I'm seeing. So some things were said about Anaya. I love Anaya. I love Anaya a lot. I love Anaya very much. Do I agree with everything? No.
That's fair.
I disagree so much. You might think it's not that I'm a hater. It's because I looking at her birth chart, I feel like her purpose is different. So, and we had this conversation last night. I was actually going to make a video with it, but I would actually like to have that conversation before we delve into Sean because I just had his birth chart pulled up. I ain't even, if you want to talk about it.
Do it. Let's do it.
Okay. So looking at Anaya's birth chart, I think that she is in the wrong place at this time. And I understand that you think Casey likes her, and I'm sure he likes her now. And I don't think it wasn't that he didn't like her before. I just think that he thought he had options in the villa, and then he's realizing that he's got the best option, if that makes sense. So when he said whatever he said tonight, because I have not watched tonight's episode, I'm pretty sure he meant that 100%. I'm pretty sure he meant that because he would have never met Anaya in real life. She is way beyond anything he could have shot and hit, if that makes sense. In broad daylight with hawk eye glasses on. And so when a lot of women are saying that he doesn't really like Anaya, I can understand that because I'm not going to ever discount, Black women's trauma leading to their low racial self-esteem. Never gonna discount that because there's nuance in it, right? But at the same time, we need to be very mindful of how everything played out and how they ended up together and how their connection has grown. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, because my perspective is that Anaya did not really like that man to begin with. There were like even when they had to do the moment where they like came through the door together again and he was like, "Oh, I'm so happy she was on this," like there was distance between them, right? Like I truly feel like she is, I don't want to say forcing because that sounds bad. But I do feel like it feels like one of those situations where a girl's like, I don't necessarily like a guy, but like I'm in it. And so I'm going to like let myself try to be in it. And I do think she is beginning to like him more now. I do think he is very affirmative of her. He like desires her. And I think that that makes her feel good. So yeah, that makes sense. And
Well,
I also,
there's a reason why her heart isn't all the way in it. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, I also agree that like, I don't know that they would have ever crossed paths outside of this moment, right? Like, not that he's like a not shit ass person, right? But like he's a nurse. He's planning to become a nurse, right? She is doing like philanthropic work. Like it's a different.
She's a socialite. She's a socialite. He's a nurse. It's completely different. And then on top of that too, we need to be very realistic about where Anaya could be in the circles and the doors that are open to her that are open to everybody else in the villa. Anaya, even though she is a Black woman, is the most, from a class standpoint, the most privileged person in that villa. And for the most part, it seems like not a lot of people are aware of that, except for him, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's pretty much kept that close to the chest. So that's one thing to keep in mind. And if and everybody has kind of, the guys have kind of sat and kikied with each other in regards to their couplings and, things they're concerned about, things they're hyped up about, things that they feel great about with the people that they are with. However, Casey keeps it very, surface level, not too much, not too much.
Mm-hmm.
I say that to say I don't think that he's wrong in saying the things that he says, and I don't think he doesn't feel that way. But when you look at how the guys are kikiing together and how he's not always 100% divulging information like they are, there's a reason for that based on the information that he knows. Anaya off rip is a stallion on her own. That girl is 6 foot tall. I'm about as tall as one of her legs. I'm cool with that, And on top of that, Anaya is a package that if you don't understand it, you'll never be able, like the girls who get it. You know what I mean? She's a package that when you see it, like when you see a Volvo, you're like, oh, that's a Volvo. But when a girl who has money sees a Volvo, or understands money sees a Volvo, she's like, oh, that's somebody who's driving that has assets and they want to play it low key.
Mm-hmm.
So I say that to say that Casey understands. Casey is not going to be moved by any girl in the villa, regardless of what his type was coming in there, because he understands that Anaya is an asset.
Mm.
Now, when I look at her birth chart, which I did, the villa's an okay place for her to be, but finding her husband is not going to happen there. And I'm not saying that Casey can't be that, but when you're asking her what she's looking for in a person and you're taking notes and then you're turning around and doing exactly that. Am I wrong? You're shaking your head, no friend.
I'm shaking my head at my children over there cutting the food.
I'm like, when he asked her the next, I think it was like the second episode, what are you looking for in a person? What are you looking for? And then she tells him, well, I want to be courted. And then he starts bar for bar, hitting everything bar for bar. And he's been hitting everything bar for bar. I have to, I have to be mindful.
So here's what I'll say. I actually don't think he's hitting everything bar for bar because I actually have smoke for KC about something. So like, Anaya was very explicit about wanting Cordelia's. I see your question. Please don't ask it again. I see it. We will get to you in a moment. Okay. All right. So Anaya was very, very clear about wanting chivalry. You already know, Meldy. And that man has not stepped up to them. She literally said, holding my hand as I walk down the stairs. And that man has not stepped up to them stairs to get that hand yet for her. So I actually have smoke about that.
Well, you have to understand his definition of it could be different from her definition of it too.
And that's
And
cool. But she
and
told me
so
she gave the man the blueprint.
and the lesson here for her is that if his definition is different from the definition that I have, and he's not meeting that, what do I do with that information? And he's consistently not meeting that. Then what am I to do with that information? And in her birth chart, she's supposed to drop that just like everybody else is supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
And so she's staying locked in and she's staying committed because right now they look like a solid couple, and that's cool. But what we need to also understand is everybody else is watching that everybody else that's coming into the villa, whether they're coming in late or if they're coming in, they're all watching the same, they're watching it too. So whatever he's keeping close to the chest right now, it's all going to come out into the open about who Anaya really is and where she really comes from and what that girl really grew up around, right? And then what I see happening is she's going to become a diamond, the most sought after because of that. And then right now he feels like he doesn't have any competition. That's also why he's not stepping up. Because he's gonna do up until, but he's not gonna do above and beyond. Because if he really truly, he would. Does that make sense? What I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, I also think that, I feel like I want to see a lot more of them because they are not giving us enough camera time with them. I do feel like Casey is 23. You know what I mean? He's a young buck. And so I do think that no, I don't think he should have to have competition dark skin, but I do think that like he needs to recognize what's the caliber or like the what's the word I'm looking for? The crop that she comes from. He needs to have a better understanding of where she comes from. And I think that that's why he also does not step up to the plate, because that is not normed for him. Right? He's not dealing with socialite girls in his regular life, right?
That's true. And I think he understands enough to keep it close to the chest.
So you think he hasn't told anybody? You think it hasn't come up in the villa with anyone else?
I'm sure it hasn't. I'm sure it hasn't. And the reason that I say that is because if Sean knew, he would have been applying pressure. If Sean knew, he would have been applying pressure. And the reason that I say that is because of Sean's birth chart. He would have been applying pressure. If another person that I know, if they knew, would have never picked who they're with right now is Sincere. So those are things that I know for a fact because, and you're right about one thing, Sincere does not like to lose. He's got a lot of Aries placements. They don't like to lose. And Sean does not like to lose romantically. And so when he's got his eye on a target, he locks in. And so I say that to say if they really truly knew, they would all be competing right now. And it would be like you're watching a real track meet that was about to happen. Like, when they're amped up and it's a track. Yeah, it would have been all that. And everybody would have been doing everything. And then the girls would have been like, well, what the heck is going on? And so I say that to say that that's what I think. But I also, when I'm looking at her transits, it makes no sense for her to be in the villa at all. With the events currently going on within the United States of America right now, there's no reason for her to be in the villa. She literally is tricking herself out of her own spot. When I look at who she's supposed to be, her husband energy, what that man does for a job, he's outside right now working. Like right now, like international athlete money. I'm talking about like, if you know what's going on right now, her mother should have never let her go to that villa. Her mother should have been like, okay, if like right now we have how many different countries are in here are being represented right now in the United States for FIFA?
Yeah.
So, and then on top of that, when I'm looking at her birth chart, it's giving like either former international athlete that does sports coverage or active current international athlete. That's what it's giving. And so if she stays too long, she's going to miss the connecting flight. So that's how I see it, honestly. when I look at her birth chart and then when I look at her husband energy chart, it's giving, you know. Again, the way the girls are treating her in the villa, the way Melanie's treating her in the villa specifically, that girl, Melanie's doing that because Melanie doesn't know who Anaya is. That's how you know. Melanie is completely unaware of who she's playing with. She doesn't understand that you would have never been, you would be the one begging to be in that girl's face as her bestie. But you're too busy seeing her as not competition. And so you're showing her that in real life, she wouldn't want to be your friend anyways. And then you're going to wish. But in reality, if Melanie knew who Anaya really was and what she grew up around, and she would never play those games. She'd be trying Trinity, and Trinity would have been like, back up, Newport News. Like, you know, I don't play that. So that's why I don't think she should be in there. I feel like she's going through a weird ritualistic lesson right now. And I'm not talking about like, humiliation ritual. I'm just saying like a lesson where she's having to understand self-worth, having to understand like when you're in a situation, you need to put yourself first and get the hell out. It's not your job to do emotional labor and be somebody's emotional rehab, an emotional support, Black girl, dark skin, whatever. Not that, but yeah, the reason Melanie's acting that way is because she doesn't know who Anaya is. She thinks Anaya is just some college girl that played volleyball in college. She don't know like the foundation of Anaya. So she's doing that. And the fact that they have Anaya being scared because Melanie wants to press her about a CNA is pissing me off. And I mean that in the nicest way. And Anaya's mom, I have some choice words for her. We will be talking. I will be DMing her about it. Because she did give me the birth chart information, so not too much. But ma'am, why would you send her off and you knew what was going on? You knew the teams that are sitting in Georgia right now. You know the different teams that are sitting in Texas, North Carolina right now. Your girl should be at events looking like Megan Thee Stallion in cute little jerseys, wearing whoever's single number on and looking cute on the sideline. Like, where's Lori? And y'all are Harveys? Where's Lori? Okay.
Fair.
But that's my strategy. I could be wrong,
No. I mean, I don't feel like I've seen enough of Anaya and Casey to have a full read, but I don't think that Anaya is well matched currently with anyone that is in the villa. I don't disagree with that. Not because I don't think Casey is good for her. I think Casey is good for her for very specific reasons. And I am grateful for her to have that part of the experience. But I don't think that, just again, like where she comes from, and not that is all that matters, y'all, but you do have to be able to be in certain rooms when you are in a certain tax bracket. And so I don't know if anybody yet in the villa has shown that they're the person that could do that with her. If they could like rub elbows in certain spaces. I don't know that anybody has shown that. And I definitely could see her. I mean, not that no shade all tea. I don't necessarily know if I want her to be with the athlete. They don't always keep their hands to themselves, but I can see that.
I 100% agree. I'm just looking at it as like, what comes when you come from a background like Anaya and you end up getting with somebody who doesn't come from that background. And then when they're upset with you, are they going to be able to be upset with you in a healthy way too? Or are they going to make you feel bad and throw it in your face that you grew up on daddy's money and that you're a Nepo baby? And then they're going to try to make you feel bad for being loved and taken care of and being pampered. It's like you get yourself a really well-bred show cat or a show dog. And then all of a sudden, the minute you get mad at them for being, because of something going on in your life or something they don't know anything about because they're not familiar with your background, and then you shame them for it and you try to drag them down for it. I don't need her to experience that. And that sometimes I have a friend, like her mom is C-suite at, she's from Long Island. Long Island Italian family. Dad owns a big contracting business. Mom is a C-suite at United Healthcare. That girl grew up around money. She's dating a broke Gemini. And every time he gets mad, he always says, well, you grew up on daddy and mommy's money and da-da-da-da-da. And then he's always like, in her, I don't like that. That's what I don't want for her. And the thing of the matter is, where Anaya's starting off, she's already ahead of the girls in the villa off of class alone. Bea has worked up Bea's close to, but not there yet. But Bea's class has to do with her accomplishments. But Anaya's class is something she was born into. And that is a completely different thing. And so the girls actually would, I don't think they would necessarily welcome it if they knew. They would treat her differently, one, but it wouldn't be genuine, two. And they would honestly envy her because what she's doing in the villa, coming into the villa at her status, is the status that they're trying to reach.
Yeah.
And so those are the things that I look at. But not to say, that's not to say that her and Casey won't work out. My thing is Casey, if they have a disagreement, can they healthily, you know?
Yeah. How will he be? And I don't know if we'll ever get to see that in the villa, but I do think that is an important point to make. As people are saying in the comments, it is dangerous for women to date down sometimes, right? Like that can be a very toxic dynamic if you do not have an extremely secure man. If you do not have a man that is assured of himself, regardless of financial status, then that absolutely can be harmful. I do want to address one comment. Kai, a basketball player is going to come in like Chris from last season. Watch. If it's like Chris, then that's still a brokey. That doesn't change the dynamic. Like that is not, he was a homosexual, y'all. He came back to the villa because he needed somewhere to sleep again. That is not the man that needs to come into the villa for her. What, y'all?
That's crazy work to be Chris. That's the example. No, and I say that, you know, like I said, at the end of the day, oh my God, why did my mind just go blank? Either way, I'm gonna remember when I come down to it. I'm getting old, child. Can't be out here doing too much. Not too, but you know, at the end of the day, you know, my thing is I want it to be healthy for her. And yeah, I don't know, like, there's something pertinent that I wanted to say. It's on the tip of my tongue. I will remember when the time comes. But let's go ahead and pull up your boy's chart. I do have it. We're going to talk about it. Do we want to talk about who? So he didn't recouple with anybody? They sent him home?
Oh, girl, he's going to be on a flight in a few days back to his
I'm
child.
so happy for the baby. He gets his daddy back. Okay. Okay, I love that.
Claps in the chat.
Crazy work. Okay. How do I want to do this?
I will say to you,
that's what I was gonna say.
Oh, go ahead.
You also have to understand that Anaya and Trinity are classes apart. And so Anaya is an anomaly in the villa, not because she's very not what is expected. People are probably thinking she's a white tea washed, but in reality, that's just who she is because of how she grew up. She is not the stereotypical. And as that begins to be very clear, you will begin to see certain masks slip. I am going to say that because when you look at her first glance, because, you know, yes, she's a gorgeous Black woman, but she's still a Black woman. She still looks like, you know, like features, color, everything like that with the curly hair. So it's not like she's wearing a bust down. So when you see her, you were going to assume she's like, you know, a regular girl off the street. And in reality, she's a completely different situation. And that is a big deal because you're going to see. You think Melanie bad now?
Oh, somebody asked in the comments, let me clarify this. Somebody said, has Melanie said something bad to Anaya? Melanie has not said anything directly to Anaya,
but she has.
But she has, right? She pulled that man. But here's whatever about that part, right? When they did that challenge, y'all, she said, I'm going to choose the person that I know has been still wanting to taste it. And I don't know if y'all caught it, but she looked at Anaya when she said that.
Yeah, she did. She did. And she did that on purpose. She's
and Anaya said, oh, like, wow. Like, I didn't expect.
She's like, oh, really? That's what we're doing? Like, she was like, oh, wow. And then the confessional came, and then she was like, and then she's like, that. If we doing that, then we doing that. But she did that on purpose to get underneath that girl's skin. And again, you're playing a very nasty game. And then when somebody you know, and I tell people all the time she's an unhealed Scorpio. I have her birth chart. I finally got her date of birth. She is a very unhealed Scorpio young lady, and she's got a lot of insecurities. It's
It was
it's
the
the
challenge, the
third
boss,
episode.
yeah, the boss girl challenge or whatever.
Yeah, that one.
The boss bitch challenge. There you go.
And I tell people the thing with unhealed female Scorpios is that Scorpio suns with if they have a Scorpio stellium on top of that or other significant Scorpio placements, when they are insecure or they don't like somebody, if they cannot attack you with a girl group, because that's what they like to do, so that way they don't come off as the person who's actually masterminding it, what they will do is they will do stuff like that, the sleight of hand of throwing the rock, hiding the hand, playing innocent, or the gaslighting, or she's doing that because, again, the way Anaya moves is very corporate white America. Very there's a way when she wants to have conversations about conflict, it's not like how a girl from the middle class or lower will have a conversation about conflict. It's not direct like how a Black woman, you know, who it's very, very much summer house. Very, you know what I mean? Very much summer house, very much, you know. And so they're not used to that. So she looks weak to them. She looks very much easy to put pressure on. And her birth chart, she's a very genteel person in her birth chart. She's not made for a conflict. Her man, on the other hand, whoever she's supposed to be with, he don't play that. I'm telling you that right now. He's ready. He's knucking and bucking all day long. But she thinks that Anaya's weak because Anaya doesn't act like the stereotype, and then Anaya she thinks is very whitewashed, so she thinks she can add pressure to Anaya. She knows she can't do that to Trinity. So that's why she's doing that. And then on top of that, she thinks Anaya is easy pickings because she's a dark-skinned Black woman and she's not threatened by her like she would be with, but that's another story. Let me get out of it, child. Okay, so I do have Sean's birth chart. What do we want to address first? What questions do you want to ask me?
Y'all, do you have particular questions? I feel like I have you know my thoughts about that man. Bye, baby. Yes, you can buy a reading with Glow. Go ahead and follow Glow. And you want to give that commercial real quick?
Yes, for Sean. Hi, boy. But Lele, if you would like a reading, you can always click the link in my bio and select. It depends. If you just have a couple questions, go ahead and click the Cosmic Clarity. You can ask up to 3 questions on that one. But if you want to ask as many questions as you want, go ahead and select the full natal. If it's like centered around like career, lessons in life, you know, things like that. And, you know, any questions that aren't pertaining to love, you can ask me in there. You can ask about your Venus sign, things like that in there. You can create a list. Everything that I give you, again, is not just going to be me telling you about yourself. I don't do readings like that. I think it's useless and pointless because you can't go and apply it. What I'm going to give you, if I tell you something's wrong with you, I will give you a solution to it. And I will tell you how you can change that and what you need to stop doing immediately. I will tell you what your talents and your gifts are. I will tell you what you should be doing. Things like that. Like, yeah. I don't play with y'all. This is your lives.
I would like to know, Mo son, I'm not sad about Sean. I'm glad that his son is going to be able to have his dad home for his birthday.
Period.
I'd like to know, based on like what you see on his chart, what do you anticipate as like maybe some of the moves that he might make once he's home?
That's a good question because how do I want to address this? Do I want to pull up his transits? No, let me pull up his transits. Because anticipating has to do with what the stars look like in the future. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So let me pull up his transits. And I can give you some things that he might look at facing when he gets home. Can
I address one comment real quick? So y'all that are in the comments, listen, if you're new to my space, okay, we don't dabble in speculation. We do our best to dabble in as much fact as we possibly can. So when you all come in, and I'm not being shady, I am just offering clarity, okay? When you come in and you talk about production rigging the show in order to have certain things happen, that is just factually incorrect, y'all. That is factually incorrect because this show is attached to money. There are legalities and legal things that are in place. They are not going to risk being sued in order to push a storyline for the audience. They don't give a fucking up about what we want to allow themselves to lose money. Okay. I've already had my good friend on here who is an ex-reality TV producer who also confirmed this for you all. Now what they might do, she did tell you what they might do is, for example, with Love Island Games, when they when they had them all choose a box and that is how they determined who went home, it was because they didn't actually care out of those people that went home, right? So they might make things more like up to chance in situations like that where they have less investment, right? But they're never going to spin who can and cannot be there. That's not what they do. They would be facing lawsuits if they did that because this is attached to prize money. Okay? All right.
That's wild. Y'all need to chill. Let me just go to the end of the month and see what he's going to be looking at this month. While I'm doing that, I know his baby mama is having a key right now.
You talked to his baby mama, right?
I know she's happy that he's off that thing, and I mean, rightly so, because how you finna, you fought so hard, gave me hell to have, because you wanted full custody for this kid, and then you didn't get that. You got shared custody, and you're out here acting a fool on Love Island. That's crazy.
They want to know how old the baby mom is and if she's white.
She's Latina.
A white Latina?
A white Latina, yeah. She looks very, if I saw her, I'd be like, oh, that's a brunette, because she's very, she looks like, not even Jennifer Lopez. That girl, like presentation-wise, that girl from the Addams Family, that plays
Wednesday.
Yeah, she kind of looks like, so in passing, you'd be like, okay, there's a little some in there, but oh, that's just a white girl with dark hair. But then, like, that's a whole Latina. Yeah.
Okay. Isn't she 28? Jenna Ortega. Thank you, y'all.
Yeah.
Yes, he wanted full custody. They had a custody battle. He wanted full custody. He lost and got shared custody.
Yeah. And that girl she doesn't post her baby on social media at all.
Y'all. Allegedly.
And what's alleged?
I said allegedly for legal purposes. Allegedly.
Oh, I was about to say, the documents is out there. Okay, alleged.
Correct. You can't. All of that is public record. You can go look it up.
Alleged. Okay. What was I doing? Okay. How do I want to do this? Let me raise this screen up so I can take a look. Okay. But yeah, no, Sean is something else. I know he didn't want to pay child support. That's literally what it was. But I'm, allegedly, literally, Why am I looking at Ace's stuff? Sorry. Oh, okay. Search. I feel like I'm missing something. What's this?
Oof.
Okay, Lunations.
SG a lot. We talked about Anaya, a little bit about Casey, and now we're chatting about Sean, who is out of my villa.
Yeah, he gotta go. He had to go. He was doing too much.
Far too much.
Do I want
You know what, dark skin? Agua de Freaky is already following that man. I'm sure they're gonna have him in a commercial just like they did all the other side characters of last season.
Oh, I didn't save that. Okay, there it is. Okay. Let me go ahead and add it now. So
yes, Yana. This will be posted to YouTube, y'all. Yes. It'll be posted to YouTube, Belle, or someone can maybe give you a sound bite in the comments. LaShawn, they were your top 2 to go home. I don't know who that is, Ro. Most son, I needed the 29-year-old baby daddy.
Cops statistically have incredibly high. Yeah, and he has control issues. So he will be going through an adjustment period this month for sure. Because he's leaving the villa, it's over for him. The cameras are gone, the adrenaline is gonna drop, and he also is gonna. I don't think this is gonna benefit him the way that he thought. He went in there and I don't know why he. What do you mean I was right about Casey? What happened? Did something happen? If nothing happened and y'all are just saying stuff, please don't do that. Don't make my heart drop. I don't want to be right. That's the thing. Okay, so he's going to spend time, spending time with his son, reconnecting with his family, reconnecting with his baby, figuring out what life looks like outside of the show for him. Not because he misses, and I wouldn't be surprised if he becomes emotional about it. And it's not because he misses anybody. It's because he misses the environment. And, he was child free. He was ripping and running. And he was able to kick it with the guys like he did when he was in college or like he did before the baby came. Back to his Tinder days, So there's that. As far as the relationship checkpoint, something becomes obvious around full moon in the 7th house, June 14th area. So like mid-June. Something's gonna happen. I think he's gonna have a relationship checkpoint with somebody. So there's gonna be somebody that leaves the villa that he's gonna have the ability to link up with. Because there's a retrograde or a full moon coming in the 7th house of his relationship house. So something's gonna happen where he's gonna be faced with a past relationship from the villa. We don't know. Has anybody gotten out yet for y'all to be naming names? Y'all are insufferable. Y'all. And I mean that in the nicest way. Stop. God,
we don't know who it's going to be, y'all. There's a white country man coming in. I think Kenzie, he definitely might go for Kenzie because that's her type. I think the only person that potentially will be vulnerable, y'all, is Trinity.
As far as money story goes, it is massive. He is gonna have some opportunities, some big money opportunities. I do see that happening because he has Jupiter opposite his natal Neptune. I don't want to talk about Trinity and Bryce right now. Like we're talking about Sean. Let's stick to one thing. But it's very classic because it's, be careful what you're buying into type of vibes. That's what I get with this particular transit. Because it's giving, it might manifest as brand deals. It might show up as management offers, partnership opportunities, or influencer contracts. Some of those could be amazing and some could be smoke and mirrors. And because Neptune is about things not appearing at what they look like face value. So something could look crappy at first, but in reality, it's a great opportunity. And then some things could look good in presentation, but then in reality, behind it, it's like, elephant graveyard type stuff. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So I do see that happening to him. And then there is going to be a big career window closer to the end of June for him. I do see Pluto moving towards being in the same place as his natal Uranus. Uranus is also going to be sextile his Saturn and North Node. So this is where his life trajectory might change. So his North Node being in the house that it's in, meaning that his growth is going to come through like media, travel, broadcasting. Because he has that sports background, There might be an opportunity there, as well as public platforms and reaching larger audiences, things like that. So post Villa, I wouldn't be surprised if like he shows up on some podcasts. Media appearances might increase, social media explodes for him, and then opportunities to monetize his personality, stuff like that happens. His wound will meet an opportunity because his Jupiter is going to be square his Chiron, and this one feels very emotional because Chiron sits in his house of career as well, his public house. So this one can look like he might see all the criticism, all the commentary about him being a baby daddy, about, you know what I mean?
Yes.
He's going to see that. People questioning him, the public scrutiny. All of that is going to happen, but Chiron sitting there already carries a wound around his reputation. So he already feels insecure about how he comes off and how people view him.
Mm-hmm.
So why would you go on? Okay, let me stop.
He said that tonight. I know you haven't watched it, but he talked about how it's like hard for him to like not be picked, not be chosen.
And I don't know nothing, y'all. I ain't even seen nothing yet. That's crazy. I'm just looking at the charts. Okay. And so
y'all can rest though. He'll be fine. He's gonna get money and he'll be fine, and he can do it out of my villa.
Stop it. But I feel the same way. So July is gonna feel like, you know, can you handle being seen when everyone doesn't agree with you and everyone doesn't view you in the best light? That's what's gonna happen in July. I do see that. August is gonna be really huge for him too. This can be a new career opportunity that takes him in the new career direction. Leaving his old identity behind could happen, but this could kind of transit to where he might unexpectedly pivot into like media, entertainment, content creation, public speaking, things like that, and it actually works. And if he takes this dad thing seriously, like he says he does, there's a lot he can be doing around fatherhood and things like that. It looks like he is going to be leaning into trying to build a foundation where the money isn't fleeting, because he really wants to make sure that his son has more than just. So I know he's going to be working on that. So right now, the questions that he will be asking himself as the summer winds down and he comes back, because he's going to, after everything happens, summer, fall, end of summer, fall, so August, September, we have, what do we have? Reunion comes up, and then they're back into the spotlight again, and then events come up and things like that. And so if he plays his cards right, and questions that he would be asking himself is, am I going to be the guy who was on Love Island? Is that what I want to be known for? Or am I going to leverage Love Island into something bigger? Those are things he's going to need to question. And the difference between that is one is a memory and the other one is a platform. So I can definitely see that. As far as the transit that I keep looking at, it's going to be into the early fall transit. And the reason that I see that is because there might be some sudden breakthroughs when it comes to his ambition, his career, and things like that. So yeah, influencer work, maybe hosting some things, brand partnerships. But a door's going to open that wasn't open before. But yeah, June is going to be reality check, relationship clarity, readjusting to normal life. July to August, I can see like public attention might increase for him, new opportunities appear, and he might have career pivots. So that, and then phase 3 is he starts building a more permanent foundation and platform, so that way he never has to go back to the 9-to-5 if he doesn't have to. So that's really what I'm seeing. The bigger story for me is that it looks like he leaves Love Island with a larger audience that he arrived with, and spends the second half of 2026 figuring out how to turn that attention into something tangible.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you naming that he's going to be wrestling with this idea of having to face the fact that he is maybe not being perceived in a way that he wants to be, and hearing like a lot of the chatter about him. So maybe I'll be quiet. I'll be quiet about him now.
Yeah, and my thing is, it's not that I don't like Sean. I don't like Sean there.
Correct. That literally, I was like, I'm sure that he is a nice enough person. I'm sure that like he is enjoyable to the people around him. I don't want him in this villa.
Yeah, no, like, because the way it gives predatory.
Correct.
And if that's not, my thing with Sean ain't never had to go. Sean really, honestly, truly, Truly, he ain't never had to worry about getting females, literally. So, I don't know. To me, he could have just been a single dad, and now he's going to have more opportunities to be a father, but also be open and available. But I see his person being somebody a little bit older who has an athletic background. And like I said in your last video that you let me up on for a little bit, thank you for that, by the way. He honestly does admire and care and like Bia. He honestly, that to him, yeah, he really likes that girl. He really thought like to him, Bia is like his, the whole package. I could have just thirst trapped it being a what? What?
He could have just been a thirst
But
trap
yeah.
dad. Listen.
Yeah, like I can see him being with somebody that, but to him, he really admired Bea, saw her as a total package. When he said she was queen energy, he meant that. He did feel a kind of way when she wasn't on the other side of that door. That did hurt his feelings a little bit. But yeah, he genuinely, and he's at that point in his life that he's replayed everything that's gone on, and he's gonna keep replaying. Let's look at his Saturn return because he's in it right now. Let me pull that up. That's crazy. Do I want to look at it from here? Yeah, I'm gonna look at it from here. Okay, so this is what he's gonna be faced with up in the next couple years too, because he's in the early stages of his Saturn return. Okay, so so he's been practicing adulthood, but is he really going to be ready to really be a real adult? Because right now it's going to set him up to a point he can use this to leverage it to where he doesn't need to worry about having his mom watch his kid. He can provide actual care for his kid. Things like that. The co-parenting situation is going to come up and be revisited. Saturn and Aries are very awkward roommates. So we'll see what happens, because that sign, one says move now, while Saturn is saying think long term. And then one says I want what I want. And then Saturn is like, okay, but cool. Do you have a plan? So people born with the placements that he has spend their 20s bouncing between being impulsive and hesitating. And he was very impulsive in his 20s, very much so. Being was it a running back? He was a running back in college, athlete growing up. I don't know why he came on the Villa. I literally said Biz needs to be on the Villa, but that's another thing. So he was very much, and then he's also scared about making the wrong decision. And then his biggest fear happened because now he has a kid with a woman he's not married to. So now he's going to be revisiting reckless, actions, waiting for forever, things like that. He doesn't like that. And then life is going to be asking him, like, do your words match your actions? Do you look like you have integrity? Can people trust what you say? Those are themes. Those are things that he's going to be faced with. Can you communicate clearly under pressure? Can you stand by your decisions publicly? So all of these things, it can either make or break for a big story for him. Like, as far as, yes, he's a baby daddy, but he's matured and he's a dad, and it's okay. He's out of the Villa, and he's, it can become a sexy story of a sexy dad. As far as the fatherhood lesson, because he has a child, the return is often going to activate that area where he needs to become the adult in the room. And that could mean he could meet somebody that he ends up marrying, or he could meet, his career could grow for him. It looks like the fatherhood part of it is like, he's going to question if going to the Villa was the right thing for him, because am I who like, he's going to ask himself, like, who am I when people depended on me? I left my son to go be in a Villa, and now I have to sit back and look at that. And then the stuff that I said on that camera about my son not being planned, and that's going to stay forever. How am I going to address that? So he's going to, have to really sit with that. There's going to be a lot of tension between personal responsibility and public ambition. So the question again, What were you willing to sacrifice to be successful? And he sacrificed being with his son because he's still in his Saturn return, so he chose the villa over being with his son. And then what are you unwilling to sacrifice? So things like that, because that's going to be the biggest lesson for him. As far as what life is trying to teach him is you need to stop pretending and performing for social media to be an adult and actually become a damn adult. Because with Mars sitting where it's sitting, the moon sitting where it's sitting, a lot of it has to do with people naturally noticing him. And the challenge isn't about him attracting attention. It's about becoming someone worthy of the attention. And right now, the decisions that he's made, I don't know. There are relationship lessons that are going to be tied into it as well for him during his Saturn return, because he's going to need to learn to stop chasing how relationships make you feel and start evaluating whether that relationship can actually fit into your life. Meaning, why did you think it was appropriate for you to be in a relationship with somebody who was under 25 with no frontal lobe fully developed? And how is that going to fit into your life? So now you got 2 kids to worry about. Why did you think that? Sorry.
I think especially if he's having to deal with like public perception of him, these questions that he's going to be asking himself are going to be really important, because how do you transmute this attention into an actual foundation for long-term success when you also have this narrative that's not super great? How are you going to explain that? How are you going to make sense of it for your own self, let alone explain it to anybody else?
Literally.
Yeah.
Literally, because I mean, his Saturn return isn't going to tell him it's not telling him to get married. It's literally him having to grow up. He's not grown yet. That's why he went on the villa. He's not grown yet. I don't think everybody's frontal lobe develops at 25. I think the men's are a little, let me stop. Sorry. I'm concerned for the men. Honestly, I am. But it's really, he needs to grow up. So life is moving him from, being liked to wanting to be respected. And those are 2 different things. And then, not everybody likes you. I know not everybody likes me, but I know I'm respected and I'm cool with that. He has to reach that point where he's cool with being respected, because now that you're a dad, your kid can't like you.
Yeah.
That child got about 3 teeth in his mouth. You can't be besties. Also moving from having options to making actual decisions, not just letting the options play out. But you have to choose, and you have to choose smartly, because now this is going to impact somebody else who, their life, you're in charge, you're responsible for making sure that they have a great upbringing. And then also he's going to be moving from seeking attention to accountability. So, At the end of the day, the question is going to be, did he become the kind of man whose life is stable enough to hold the things that he actually wants? That wife, that household, all of that. Is he ready for that? That's what his Saturn return is going to determine.
It's so interesting. I know you haven't watched the episode tonight, but there's a moment where he and Bryce are sitting and having a conversation, and he's talking as though, almost as though he's arrived, right? He's like, because we're older and we know who we are, and we're just so mature. And so the fact that he's supposed to be learning, and this is what he is saying right now today, it sounds like he's still got leaps and bounds to go.
Yeah. But I don't think he's a bad guy. His mom, on the other hand, I don't like that lady. I don't like her. But I don't think Sean is a bad guy. I think him having a son needed to happen. I think his son, and I don't have his son's birth chart, but I think him having a kid needed to happen in order for him to become more mature, because the way he was ripping and running in these streets, right, all on the Twitter apps, all on the Tinder apps. Because his son, his chart naturally pulls him towards public life, but his son is teaching him about legacy. That's what I see when I look at his chart. And it's not about, when people think legacy, they're thinking like business and fame and money and accomplishments. No, his son is teaching him about what continues after you're gone. Because kids are like a living form of legacy. So, because eventually What does this mean? Okay, but I'm gonna rock with it. I'll take a look at that later. Yeah, because eventually life is gonna ask him, like, who remembers you after, your Instagram posts, but who's gonna remember how you showed up for them, So he has to really think about that. And so it's a leadership lesson for him. It is a leadership lesson for him. The first leadership role that most men ever receive is fatherhood. And so a lot of them aren't ready for that, especially if they're not in corporate leadership. That is the first leadership role, or they haven't like led a team or whatever. And his son exposes his shadows. And so for Sean, there's a tension between freedom and responsibility, not because he's a bad father, but you saw how, he was quick to, but it's because he wants autonomy and he can't operate like he did now that he's a dad. And so, and you can tell in some of his posts on his social media that he feels a way about that. And so his son becomes the living embodiment of that lesson of doing what you have to do versus doing what you want to do. And then it's also, he's going to learn to show up consistently because his third house of communication is being activated. So children rarely remember grand gestures. So, taking your kid on a trip and stuff like that. But he's going to be learning to show up consistently because his kid is going to remember the patterns. Right. And his kid is going to, Saturn loves patterns. So Saturn loves consistency. So his kid is going to teach him, like, I have to show up every time at this time for my kid. Like I said, be consistent. And if I make a promise to my kid, I got to be honest about keeping that and can't nothing override that. So that way my kid can remember that my dad thought I was important. And so, and you have to also understand Sean's current last name was not his last name that he grew up with. So something happened with his first last name and then he got adopted and took a different last name. So I don't think he had his father around the way that I don't think he had his dad growing up, his biological father around the way that. So I don't think they all have the same dads. Is what I'm saying.
Married to a white woman is the way that a white woman.
A white man, yeah.
A white man is how I understand it. And so he was raised by, I believe, his white stepfather. Because his sisters are white and Korean.
Yeah. And so he has this Chiron sitting in his 10th house, which is a father wound. So it's not necessarily about absent fathers, but there's definitely questions about masculine identity, success, public worth, and approval. So many people with this kind of wound, they spend years trying to prove something. And their children often become the catalyst for healing that wound. So him going home is a good thing because he's being the father that he wanted. And he's learning to build that reputation as a man that he wished he had from a man growing up. Because from a man that was like related to him, I feel like the deeper soul lesson for him is that if I were speaking to him directly, I would tell him that his son isn't here to limit his freedom. It's here to mature his freedom. And there's a difference with that. And immature freedom is I can do whatever I want, but mature freedom is, I built a life sturdy enough to support what matters. And that's what he's going to be learning with Saturn. And then also with parenthood and learning that. So that's what I see overall.
So I see one of the comments, right? So I hear if y'all don't do astrology, right? But I'm also going to back up what Glow is saying with what we actually know to be a fact. Sean told us that he was in a 10-year relationship. And then he left that relationship and was swiping all up and down them websites. He told us that and was exercising his sexual liberty in a way that was not responsible, that then resulted in the production of a child. That is irresponsible freedom. So she's reading it in his chart, but he told you that he did that. He also said on the show, I broke up with my girl one night and slept with somebody on the same night. He told you that himself about how he functions and how he has worked. So this is, yes, she's reading his chart from a larger perspective, but he's already given you multiple examples that what she is reading in the chart is actually true. No, we're not talking about Sean's dad. We're talking about Sean. I don't know what you're talking about, Sean's dad.
Yeah, even in the way he acted, like the liberties he took in the villa, you can see that there's a war between being mature and being like, when he's talking to the guys
Right.
and giving them advice, that's his mature, Sean side. And he's like, yeah, but girls be like that sometime and da 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 da. But then when he's out there cutting up, he was letting loose, and he was really like, and you could see that there's a war. He's still fighting being a young 20-something-year-old guy and being a grown man. He's still fighting with that. And yeah.
And yeah, Blazer Mom, I think he did say something very explicit too on the show about wanting to be a dad but I can't remember, so don't quote me on that, y'all. But I feel like he did say something about wanting to be a dad in a way that he did not experience as a father. I'm pretty sure he said that.
I don't know, girl. I barely watch the shows like that. I when I'm watching a show, when I sit down and I watch a show, I'm literally speeding up. So I don't watch the show in detail. So I'm glad y'all can sit and give me the tea, because I don't know. But I feel like his son is going to be one of the people that continually redirects him towards what's real and gives him that reality check every day. Because if he didn't have he would be walking around unchecked at 30. Do you know what kind of bum behavior happens? Do you know what you know what that looked like?
Listen, so y'all, listen, I am one of those people that can relate to like having children really slowing you the fuck down. Because I told y'all, I used to be a certified motherfucking crash out. Okay. I was cray cray. And it was only because I got pregnant that I was like, yo, like I cannot be moving like this. I cannot be in relationships like this I can't be doing this shit. So I'm one of those people that having a child is what made me really kind of slow down and try to go. And so it sounds like Sean is just going to have the same experience as far as being a dad, which honestly makes sense that it would feel so important to him being a dad. Like being a dad is something he's super proud of. It feels really important to him. And like maybe subconsciously, maybe not even consciously, partially because it is driving what his like future path looks like. It's a determining factor.
Yeah, it is. And then on top of that too, you guys, I'm not even gonna lie to you, his mom, that relationship with his mom is very interesting when I look at his birth chart. And when you look back at her post, she really didn't post about Sean a lot. She was more so up, and I feel like her and Sean might be good now, but growing up they weren't great. Because she was the attention she garners for her other sons, it's not the same with Sean, and Sean is her oldest. So with that firstborn, that's always a tough thing. That's always a tough thing with that firstborn. Golly, because depending on your relationship with the father, it can be contempt there. It can be a lot of things there, right? And when I look at his chart, the mother he experienced could have been a mom who has the moon has to do with like emotional needs, childhood conditioning, and things like that. His moon isn't tucked away in the 4th house. It has to do with, it's in a very public house. And his mom was like one of those boy mom athletic moms. So she was out there in the sports, and those moms are kind of insufferable sometimes, a little bit, not too much. And so he may have had a mom that was very highly concerned with image. And it doesn't mean shallow, but it could mean like appearances matter, reputation matters. But you see that it does, because every time there's a criticism, this go on here and writes a paragraph trying to correct the narrative.
Are you for real? I think I might have preemptively blocked his mom.
Listen. every time, bro. She's every time something happens in the villa, she's got a post. I don't follow her for that reason. I just go to her page because I'm nosy. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm very nosy. So I go to her page to see what's going on, and it's just, and yes, this clip right here, and I'm like, girl. So apparently
they've been campaigning for. They were campaigning from him basically from the very beginning.
from
They
before.
made a whole graphic and all that for the man. Like, yeah.
Yeah, and so he may have grown up hearing things like, okay, what are people gonna think? Represent yourself well. Don't embarrass yourself. I do see that. And at best, his mom may have been, diplomatic, charming, socially aware, or relationship focused, but or someone who valued like fairness, manners, and things like that. But when I look at the aspects, damn. It tells me that what he needed emotionally from his mom is not what he always received. Or gave love and comfort don't speak the same language. So this can show up as a mother who loved him deeply, but didn't always nurture him in the way that he needed. And now that all of this stuff is happening, now she wants to play a role because she doesn't want to look like she was emotionally neglectful to him. So now she's supporting him. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then there's this good boy trap too. His placements, the way his aspects are sitting, it gives that he grew up learning that if I'm pleasant, people are happy. If I'm agreeable, people approve. If I am always smiling and I keep the peace, everything stays stable. But then he grew up and he had to go through college to realize, okay, but what do I actually want?
Yeah.
And that's when the breakup happened, breakup to Tinder to, being a mini Gabriel, being a mini Hanta, sorry.
He said, I'm a hot boy. I do hot shit. Listen.
So, and then I feel like he got a lot of mixed signals and idealization and confusion and emotional inconsistency from his mom. So there was a difficulty. His mom might have seemed like she had a difficulty to fully understand him because she was focused more on her needs. And emotionally unavailable at times because she was preoccupied with her own struggles. And with it's giving, that him being the oldest, he spends years trying to understand and, so I can see that. And then he had this pattern of like, if people like me, I feel safe. So it's giving like, if his mom they weren't beefing at that time in the household, he didn't have to deal with whatever rah-rah, how some moms, and with that kind of moon placement that he has, it's giving, she acted like a girlfriend, like the way she would be like, not like a weird way, but like just a yada yada, a yaka yaka yaka, like, and he could have wanted to be like, man, move, and then, but he, so. Yeah, and then it suggests also when I'm looking at his chart that there's this need for approval and recognition and public validation tied to old emotional wounds. So some of these placements describe somebody who's still trying to earn a type of validation they never fully received growing up. Because she does not acknowledge his accomplishments like she acknowledges his younger siblings. He was also a football player. He also went to college and played football. He also did all these things. But the way she celebrates his younger siblings, the brother right underneath him, and then the other brother, she doesn't post him like that. And so it's not because she didn't love him, but something about the emotional environment felt incomplete. And I think a lot of it had to do with some resentment towards his father. And so he understands nuance and compromise and people's feelings. And when he was saying things like, I want somebody who's, what did he say? Considerate? What did he say?
Yeah, someone that is considerate, I feel like was the word he said. Yeah.
Yeah. So he, his chart looks less like my mother didn't love me, but more like, my mom taught me how to be liked before she taught me how to prioritize my own emotional needs. And now that he's a dad, he's having to learn how to do all that. Yeah. And somebody who chooses him. Yeah, remember? Yeah.
I want them to choose. I want them to be on the green dot.
Huh?
Him saying, I want someone that's going to be on green.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is why I know tonight probably hurt a lot.
Yeah, he's gonna sit with that. He's gonna have to sit with that. He'll be all right though.
He will. He will. He's going to be just fine. They gonna be in his DMs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's all right.
I'll choose you, baby girl. Bye. Yeah.
I agree. I do think he looked really sad, y'all. But you know, again, I'm not gonna get off of. I don't think it was the right platform for him.
I don't either.
It was time to go home, and you know, I hope that he got enough exposure where he can do the thing and where he can be, you know, wise enough to figure out, right? Because he's having this moment, right, from what Glow has seen in the chart, to figure out how does he then turn this attention into something long term. How does he turn this into actual like legacy and foundation for his son long term?
And yeah, and the thing too, even though he is a Capricorn sun, with his moon placement, he does take hurt it does hurt. He does feel it. And he is behind closed doors, he do be crying. He don't like that. He doesn't like not being chosen because he does have wounds around that for sure. But he's gonna be okay. Y'all need to. That's a grown man at the end of the day, and y'all be so quick. I think as women sometimes we wanna love a man to complete. He gotta go through this. That's the only way he's gonna grow, and he knows he needs to go through it. He understands that. Yeah. Alrighty. What other questions do we have while I'm here? What do you want to? What else do you need from me, Tina?
Do we have any more questions for Glow? I feel like this was really informative. I think we also got to see a lot of some of this already. Kata, maybe another time.
Yeah, I'm not gonna talk about Kata tonight. She might come out and slap me. I'm gonna stop. If we're gonna talk about it, hide your pillows. Hide your pillow. Let me stop.
Right. Listen, do y'all have any more questions about Sean at all? Because we're not gonna pull charts for everybody tonight, y'all.
We're not. Please don't do me like that.
He will be okay. I agree.
I agree. Yeah, he's gonna be fine. He's you don't have to. Oh, we never heard that baby. I didn't ask her how old. I didn't ask her how old she was. I think she's old. She's definitely older than 25 though. But I didn't ask her how old she was. I really just wanted to talk about Sean with her and see if she was open to have that conversation. She did say that she's a couple years younger than Sean, so I'm assuming she's like 27, 28.
Okay.
She said he was older than her.
Okay.
Do you think he's going to do more TV? I think so. He's going to do more. He's going to be more. And I would love to see him take advantage of, marketing this whole making fatherhood sexy again thing if he wants to do that.
Oh, y'all being nosy. Are he and the baby mom on good terms, as far as you know? Tentatively, y'all.
She's not fond of him.
There's your answer.
I mean, huh?
Did he really find Anaya and Trinity attractive?
So Anaya, I'm definitely sure he found attractive. I feel like for him, Anaya when he looks back at it, is going to be the one he's going to be like, damn, I fumbled that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like it's going to be you're going to hear I'm trying to from Omarion playing in the background. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. I feel like because he and the thing is it's not like there aren't black women already in his family. One of his other brothers is married to a black woman. So he does like black women. He just happened to have a kid with a woman who wasn't black. He was out there doing the Neapolitan ice cream thing, I guess.
I feel like he is sexually attracted to them based on how he engaged with them. But the fact that we almost never saw that man pull them for chats until tonight, him and Trinity. And we know that just happened because you haven't watched it yet. But tonight he literally asked Bryce, is it cool with you if I pull So this is the first time you're ever pulling her, but you're so into her. I don't buy it. I
Yeah.
think you think she's sexy and you would hit it. That's what I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah. I think he's attracted to, and the crick. Okay, yeah, let's do it. So what? I have to do I want to do this? I'm so nervous.
Are y'all gonna keep it cute in here?
He's more into pretty than he is into sexy.
Okay.
So it's not necessarily Instagram baddie. There's a difference. So he's very highly visually oriented. So he notices like facial symmetry, nice skin, pleasant smiles, feminine presentation, and elegance. Naya.
Mm-hmm.
He likes that more than he likes overt sex appeal.
Mm-hmm.
And as he matures as a man, he's going to realize that himself it's going to be more defined.
Mm-hmm.
And he's right. The woman that he likes does not need to be the hottest person in the room. She just needs to be the most aesthetically pleasing to him. As far as body type goes, he tends to go towards the more proportionate, put together, lean tone body type. He's not normally drawn to like extreme, so like a Pilates body, naturally fit or healthy looking woman. So again, Trinity's build aligns with what he likes. He doesn't like exaggerated proportions or things like that. As far as height goes, he prefers like average height to slightly shorter than him. So anywhere between 5'3" and 5'8" is going to do it for him with a feminine frame. He's locked into that. He doesn't strike me as a man whose attraction hinges on a woman being tiny.
So do you think that potentially, okay, because y'all are asking in the comments, Anaya's a tall girl.
Anaya's a tall girl, but Anaya's very feminine. And Anaya has a Libra stellium. And he has a Libra moon. And so he automatically clocks that femininity.
Mm.
And he likes that.
Mm.
Shella, we're not talking about KC being performative. Please take that somewhere else. Please find you something else to do. Please.
Listen, let me tell y'all, if you're new here, Shello is a troll, y'all. Just ignore Shello. We love Shello. Shello is the live mascot, but Shello be fucking with y'all.
Okay, Shello, please.
Shello be fucking with y'all. Stop letting Shello.
So with that being said, as far as skin tone is concerned, he's attracted to refined features more so, and polished appearance, visual harmony. And he's more so attracted to the feeling that he feels with somebody than he is appearance wise. So, he likes long hair, flowing hair, feminine styling. When I say flowing, it don't necessarily mean wavy or straight. It means, hair that is voluminous. Feminine styling, glamorous styling. Hair tends to be a significant feature that he likes in women. Yeah, thank you. Get to tapping, Cello. As far as faces go, he likes a beautiful face. That will often beat him. He's one of those buff guys that you could see him dating a girl who's not fit, but she's got a pretty face, and he's going to be okay with that. Because, hold on. So when I look at his Juno placement, and this is where I was like, Bea, okay, I see it. Because when I look at his Juno placement, the women that it gives that he likes, Ryan Destiny would be his type. Jessica Alba, Jordan Dunn, Jasmine Tooks. Who's this? I feel like I know. you know, like you know, something he likes some racially ambiguous sometimes, but he does like rich chocolate skin, but you know, like good rich chocolate skin. I do see that. Yeah, so he likes women that are attractive, but less the look at me attractive, but more so the effortlessly polished kind of look is what he's into. Yeah. He wants the woman that everybody notices after she's walked past, not the woman that everybody's already staring at. So yes, he thought Kata was attractive, but I don't think he would date Kata. But because Kata's very striking in her own way. So
I think Kata is gorgeous. I also, when you said he doesn't like necessarily extremes in bodies, Kata is extremely thin.
okay, because I saw a photo on her Instagram. I saw the side diagram and I said, where is she? Where'd she go?
She is extremely thin. The thigh gap is.
I tell you, hold on, I have to show you what I saw, girl. I said, where is it? Like,
yeah.
I saw nothing but back, and I was like, where do the legs begin?
Right.
Okay.
So I don't think that even figure wise she would be someone
he likes a little bit more back there for sure.
Yeah.
What do you mean he can't handle a baddie?
Here's the thing. To the person with the rose, listen, Beatrice, thank you. You're saying her body is tea. As a therapist that has worked with people that have eating disorders, I am telling you that it is unnaturally thin. I said what I said.
For a woman, I think so. It is. That could be, but she has always been very slim, but as a grown woman, I don't know. I feel like there's a grown woman thin, and then there's a high school thin. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
If you look at Trinity, who is very slim. She's a very slim girl. She is tiny, right? On that show. You need to look at these parts of their body, y'all.
And it's given, it's sharp. It's sharp. It's a weapon formed against me.
You need to look at those parts of their body. Do they have muscle tissue around it still and still fat pockets around it or not? That is what's going to tell you. And if you are someone that has lived with ED or disordered eating, like the person is saying in the comments, the apples with the ketchup.
Yeah, threw me.
There are things that will clue you in. There are things that will clue you in. Okay, so I don't want people. So I'm not saying that. I just don't want y'all normalizing that body as like something that you can see.
And people are talking about, let me go to the surgeon because I saw Kata. Girl, go to a therapist if you think that's something that is healthy. And no, something's not right there.
Correct. So love y'all, but no. Okay.
Yeah, because when she dipped that, I said, "Oh Lord, have mercy." She don't hang out with the Haitian side enough, obviously.
Child, her daddy is a light skinned Haitian though. Ain't
anywho, wait, no heads up, and here I find Duo United. Hi, Momo. Yeah. So here's the next question for you, Tina. This is for you specifically. Do we want to do something where we look at some charts? I am going to be doing astrological pairings. I'm not working tomorrow and Tuesday, so I'm going to put astrological pairings on my YouTube. But do we want to do something where we do a weekly thing?
We can. I'm happy to.
Okay, because the charts are giving, and I'm very excited with what I'm seeing thus far. If Melanie continues to act up, then we can talk about why. Okay.
To the person that asked me, how does apples and ketchup equal ED? That's not what I said. What I said was it's a signal. So as a clinician, things that we would look for is, are you doing pairings that don't make sense? You might see, okay, I've talked about this a little bit before, okay? But I'm also just going to let y'all know, like, if you're sitting with a loved one and you notice that they put a whole bunch of, salad dressing on their salad, now it's like, oh, I can't really eat it now because now it's too much salad dressing on it, right? Or they are shoving their food around the plate. They're making pairings that don't make sense. You pay attention to those sorts of things around their eating habits. And yes, that is my YouTube. So I'm not diagnosing the girl with anything. I am saying though that is not a body that she just is genetically predisposed to. even if you just look at her mother and her sister.
No. And then you can also tell just by, like she said, from here to here, it's,
Rose, what about those habits are indicative of ED? Babe, I'm
she
not
just kind of spelled it out for you, but if you don't understand it, then there's nothing we can do for you. Maybe you can pick up a book and use Google, because there are educational platforms out there and there are ways you can research. I don't understand how we're adults and we're trying to put the burden of research on somebody else. She gave you her insight as a professional. Now, what you do with that is what you choose to do with that. Apology accepted.
You don't have to be sorry, but I just listen. It is labor, okay? And I just want y'all to be clear that, listen, I'm telling you what you would be looking for, okay? I'm just telling you what you'd be looking for, babes, okay? This is Glow. If you are not, it is a strict program over here. If you're not following Glow, click on her face, click on her name, go ahead and follow Glow, okay? Glow and I are going to get in the DMs together, and we're going to talk about, and I know you don't see the correlation. I'm not trying to be shady to you at all. I'm a master's level clinician, which means I spent 2 years working on a degree and then working in the field of eating disorders. That's not something I'm going to give to you in 5 minutes on a live, babe.
And
no
let's
shit.
be for real, even the narrator noticed it. The narrator noticed it and said something about it. He was concerned. And he ain't concerned about too much now, the way he be talking.
And correct, Mel, that is also, again, so like I said, if they're putting lots of salad dressing, lots of ketchup, right? You're pairing things that don't really make sense, is so that you can like get sick of it, sort of, right?
Yeah.
And not keep eating, like, right? So just, yeah. Anywho, Glow and I are going to get in the DMs together. We're going to talk about potentially a weekly time to get together and talk about, you're welcome, and talk about some of these pairings and their charts together.
Yeah, you're right though, Callie baby. Her frame is seen as rebellion, because in Haitian households they do like individuals who they do value meat on your bones, and they do like a more Rubenesque figure. They like them big and yellow. That's the only way I can describe it. The big and yellow is the beauty standard in Haiti. I'm so serious. Hey, and to prove a point, by menti. C'est vrai. They like big and yellow. If you're big and you have, arms like this, and then you got a good, and so that's why the yellow bleached black knuckles. Listen. If you don't got the raccoon hands, you ain't it, Bookie.
Cordelia's, I did not forget your question. What do I think about Trinity? I think was the question, right? What do I think about Trinity? I think that Trinity there's still a lot to be seen. I think that tonight was the first time that we saw anything more than beautiful gowns and a little kiki. And for now, I think that Trinity is looking to have a great summer.
Yes, and I love that for her.
And to have as much fun as possible. And if I have anything to say about it, she is going to have the best summer of her life for as long as she possibly can. Okay. Yeah. But Bryce is definitely a safe bet for her right now. I think it's about friendship and about her staying safe. And I'm not mad at her about it. Everybody be gaming the system. I'm gonna be okay with a black girl doing it too.
And also, I'm gonna make a video about this too, but the way they're not letting anybody manage their accounts this summer, if you have not clocked what is going on, then you have not clocked what is going on. Do you know what's going on? Do you want to talk about it, Tina, before I go?
No, you.
Why not me? I want to know if you clocked it.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know.
Okay, so it's giving, whenever we get into sports that are predominantly white, and then we start excelling too good, and then they start changing the rules and making it stricter, Alandria was not supposed to be that successful. And so Alandria was not supposed to be that successful. She came in there, she said, I'm going to have my friends leverage. She said, I got out that villa and I already had deals lined up. We already had a spreadsheet put together.
Correct.
So now they have changed the rules so that way it's an even playing field, which means that please let the have a chance. So now they're not letting, because they don't want another unless it's they don't want another, making it to the rooms that Alandria has made it into.
And y'all, I'm going to say that it can be more than one thing, right? Like, I see what you're saying about, like, yeah, there was a shit ton of bullying that also did happen on people's social medias. Absolutely. And I think that they are very sick of us with that, right? Not us, because I didn't do that.
Right, me neither.
But the other people, they sick of their asses, okay? And the reality is we also know that there were people lined up in certain people's DMs waiting on them to get out of the villa for these opportunities.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yep. She said, and she had told her friends, hey, they had already had, she said they already had a spreadsheet. We had already done this. We had already made it. So yeah, she moved like a business. She moved like I'm a businessman, and they don't want that. And so, yeah, shout out to her, but they want, if it's going to happen, they want it to be someone else. I feel like, cause she did too good. She's doing too good. But I say that to say, I can see Trinity and, I can see Anaya really making some moves. If Anaya leaves the villa, I'm cool with it, cause I feel like there's other things she can be doing, but yeah, the villa's okay, but yeah.
So here's the thing though, and then we're going to wrap y'all, but like, I see the comment. I don't think it's that they don't want family/friends overly involved in discourse. They're doing it from their own pages.
Yeah, literally. Have you seen Sean's mom and
They're
sister?
doing it from their own pages. And I don't know anything about Kenzie being the most followed, y'all.
Yeah.
If that is new then, right?
She was already an influencer before, though. She had already had a little mini brand deal with a local coffee shop. She was already doing some other stuff. And when I had checked her page, she was already doing some things prior to getting on Love Island. She already had some things going for her on the back end with like some other brands, smaller brands.
I had seen somebody had made like graphics of all of their follower counts from like Instagram and I want to say TikTok, maybe Instagram and TikTok, all of them before they came to the villa. And I could have sworn that Anaya was the most followed.
Maybe because I think Anaya had like 30,000. I thought Kenzie was like in the six figures, but maybe she wasn't. Maybe I got there when she was in the six figures.
I have no idea.
My thing too is if Anaya had that, what was she doing with that marketing degree? Girl, I'm concerned. Okay, I'm done.
That's a great question, Z. Do I think them allowing the race talk this season is an attempt to fix up last year's mess? I think that they heard us saying potentially, right? I don't know how much they pay attention to us out here, but potentially I think that they heard the public saying like, where's the depth? Like, are y'all like, where is anything other than I want to travel? And so now we're just, oh my God, I want to travel too. We're soulmates. Like, where is anything else? I think might be why we're getting more of that. I do think, and I said it jokingly, but I'm kind of serious. I do think that they gave us that conversation between Anaya and KC because of the vitriol that dark-skinned Black woman experienced last year.
Yep.
And wanting to offer us, we see you and we hear you, and here's someone that is not Ace or Taylor, right? And how they feel about dark-skinned Black women.
I agree. And I also think you're right about how KC feels about Black women. I 100% agree. I could not see KC going for Kenzie or somebody. She looked like, does her eyes not remind you of the scientist from Back to the Future?
She just be excited all the time.
Like John the Baptist, like just back then, like, I know Jesus. Do you know Jesus? Like,
it is very, I don't know if y'all remember Mervin's, but it's like, that's her eyes open.
yeah, yo, I'm scared. Okay, this was fun.
Love you. Thank you so much for coming.
Of
Y'all
course,
are good
anytime,
following.
if you
Make
need
sure
me-
you do.
Anytime, if you need a birth chart breakdown, anytime, I'm always collecting the birth charts. I'm still waiting on confirmation from Corbin. I know he was born in September. I just need his ex-girlfriend to give me a day. So yeah. Thanks you guys. This was fun. Have a good night. Hit me up in my inbox and we can plan
I
something.
am.
All right.
Yeah, we'll
Take
plan
care.
something.
Love you
Okay,
guys.
bye, boo.
Bye.
I'm glad that y'all enjoyed it. I hope it was fun for you. It was a good time. I know it's something different than usual, but I like doing that. I like having a little razzle dazzle. This will be on the YouTube channel, just like everything else, y'all. Yeah, she's great. I love Glow. She's funny. You're not always gonna like everything she says, and that's okay. You're not gonna like everything I say either. That's also okay. In this live, we do have an ability to disagree with one another, because more than one thing can be true at a time. We love nuance over here. Okay. Anything y'all want me to touch before I let y'all wrap for the night and get ready for your work weeks tomorrow? I'm so glad, Angie. I'm so glad, Motivational Healing. Thank you. Mar. Yeah, y'all, let's get one more thousand. One more thousand. Do I think that Casey was being real? I do think he is being sincere. I do. I think that Casey was being honest. I don't think anything about Clark's podcast, y'all, because I didn't listen to it. Beautiful gowns, no shade, all tea. I absolutely believe that Casey. Oh, thank you, Curry. I absolutely believe that Casey's conversation was sincere and genuine. And while I agree, listen, let me be clear. I do think that production intentionally gave us that conversation. I do not think, let me be clear, I do not think that the conversation only happened because production wanted it to. I think that he meant that, and it was sincere. Absolutely. Listen, I'm going to keep saying the man has a Maya Angelou quote on his back and Malcolm X tattooed on his leg, as well as Nipsey Hussle and Michael Jackson. The man is blackety black. He's not playing about that. He's not playing about that. He's for real. He's for real. And so I absolutely think that he meant what he said. And yes, they were like, that is great, but let's put that in based on what all those girls experienced last year. His back says, still I rise. I know, Angie, I will come on tomorrow, probably earlier in the day. We can do a panel earlier in the day tomorrow. Y'all know these episodes be ending late as fuck, y'all. How long we supposed to stay up, y'all? I love y'all, but damn. A bitch is 40. I gotta go to sleep. But that is a college-educated black man. Have y'all seen his friends doing the watch parties? Have you seen his friends doing the watch parties? That suggests to me that he's also in a friend dynamic that is loving and supportive. That is not common amongst men sometimes, right? But they're excited for their boy. They laughing and they praying for him, right? Like he has a particular type of friend group, y'all. I hope he didn't go to Morehouse because the Morehouse men be a little grapey. I hope it wasn't Morehouse. I'm sorry. He does have black friends, but they're not all black. Do I think Melanie likes him? Absolutely not. I think that Melanie thinks that she can get what Anaya has. And I think that she was just trying to mess with Sincere. Period. Full stop. I hope so. I hope so. We don't want that man to have gone to Morehouse. What did I think about Bea and Melanie's conversation? Bea is one of my top girls. One of my top girls. I don't think that, okay, sorry. Let me answer this question first. Bea is one of my top girls. That conversation, I I meant what I said, but I can acknowledge your delivery may not have been great. Cause stand on business. You feel me? Stand on business. And then Melanie finally admitting I was the one that was tripping. Thank you. Thank you. Can the internet give us our 10s? Can the internet give the 10s to the people that fucking knew it already? And I do agree, like that you're so athletic. I wish I could be athletic. I was like, Melanie admitted it in her confessional after their conversation. Yeah, honestly, like Melanie apologist. I'm assuming that you liked Honda last year. I'm gonna make that assumption about all of you. You can really play with the guys. Exactly. You're so athletic. Like I'm sorry if you can't see how Melanie was wrong in that conversation. I struggle to trust your judgment. Correct, madam. Correct. Deflection and manipulation. It absolutely was a backhanded compliment. It was weird. I appreciated getting to hear more about Beatriz, though. I appreciated getting to hear more about that. As far as whether or not them two, Sincere and Melanie, are going to make it to Casa, I think all it's going to take is the right bombshell or Casa. I don't know that I think that they're in game, y'all. I think that Sincere was worried about losing. That's what I think. And I think he likes her. I also think he was stressed about losing her to Corbin. Oh, that was the question. Do I think that Melanie is a little bit threatened by Trinity? I have not seen that yet. No. I haven't seen anything yet that makes me think that Melanie is threatened by Trinity. Here's what I do think, though, about Melanie. I think that Melanie is threatened by almost any woman. Not even just Kata, right? Because the reality is she was shook about that woman before she ever knew what Kata even looked like. She was pressing that man about that woman before she ever even knew what he looked like, right? I have a video about this, y'all. She has, her insecurities are fueled by the fact that she's had trash men that have either sexualized her. That man went and bought a ring while she was in high school just so he could get in her pants. They have either reduced her to sexualization, or they have stepped out. So she is constantly worried that insecurity, and she admitted tonight, we all have insecurities in here. She has an insecurity that is fueling how she then shows up. And that's what determines some of the behaviors we see, right? She is worried. She is worried that some woman is going to turn his head and he's going to step out, because that's her trauma, right? That is what her experience has been, and that's what she's afraid of, understandably. She also, again, has the experience of being sexualized and then betrayed or mistreated, but still leads with her sexuality. And I'm making that distinction about Melanie because not every girl in that villa does that. She leads with her sexuality. And that's not a judgment. It is a response to the fact that she knows that it works. Because it has in the past, right? And so while it is hurtful, I'm sure that it is hurtful to her. Why wouldn't it be? Of course that is hurtful. There's also this response of like almost instinct, right? Of like, I know that this works, and so that's what I also lead with. And I agree with you all in the comments that are saying, while her insecurities like explain, right, they help us to see why we see some of the behaviors with her. I also think that she is actively hurting some of the other girls in the villa because of it. I'm going to also add to your comment how H did her to scoop Chris, then was upset that it didn't keep him keen. Also why we saw H lead with very quickly becoming physically intimate with her partners. Jeremiah said it felt too fast, and so did Chris. That he wasn't trying to do all that. Because it works, even if it's not what feels good. You know what I mean? Do I think there's going to be a situation between Melanie and Anaya? If Anaya is able to buck up, yes. Do I know right now whether Anaya can buck up? No. I don't know that she can right now. So far, I have only seen Anaya be accommodating, caretaking. Even when she felt a way about what Melanie said and pulling KC during the challenge, as far as we know, she never then had a conversation with her about it. Are you asking for an example of Melanie leading with her sexuality? Yeah, so yes. So I would give you the example of the way she engaged with Corbin, right? So I was actually on Mila's live and we were like rewatching the scene. And if you watch it, not only is she turned toward Corbin, right, while they're all talking, but she literally has her leg all the way up under his leg, like literally touching this man's body for the first time she's having a conversation with him. She is using physical touch, right? And if you are, listen, I have been this girl before, okay? So when you have a certain way, you command a space, you have a certain aura, right? And you watched her sashaying around the villa, right? You watched her when they went upstairs and her legs were sort of tucked by his and he had his leg on her arm, right? So it's all of these little moments of physical touch. It's the googly eyes that she said she was making, right? So it's these moments of her becoming doughy with him, right? That's what I mean. Yeah, she's like peacocking. You know what I'm saying? There was another question. Sorry, I want to answer your questions. You know what, y'all? I'm gonna keep giving Anaya grace. I'm always gonna give the black girls grace. As much as I can. Do I think KC should explore? That was the question. I think they all should explore. I don't think KC wants to explore anybody in that villa. I think he likes black women. I don't think he wants to explore anybody else in that villa. And no shade to Trinity, But Trinity and Anaya are built differently. And he made reference to Anaya, you're tall, you're athletic. He liked that type of black woman. So I don't think that he wants to currently explore anyone that is there. As far as giving Anaya grace, let me tell y'all why I'm still giving her grace. One, I know that I'm only getting 1 hour out of 24. I'm just going to start there. Who said we're not giving Melanie grace? We're just also clocking what she's doing. I'm talking explicitly about giving grace to Anaya being a caretaker in the villa. Number one, we're only getting 1 hour out of 24, right? 1 out of 24. How do I want to say this? Based on the story arcs that we've seen so far, it makes sense that that what we're seeing of Anaya is her tending to other people, in that they trust Anaya's counsel. Almost everybody in that motherfucker, it seems like. It seems like almost everybody in there trusts Anaya's opinion about shit. Same with Sincere and Sean. He really trusted Sean's counsel, right? So she is obviously, but I said this when she first came in the villa. I said there's something, she's got a magnetic energy. She is confident. She's got an aura about her. I knew that from the moment she walked in the villa, and that's why I was like, that's my girl. She's my top girl, right? And if I can see that magnetic energy through the screen, they're living with her. They're living with her. So when they are looking for someone that they can trust what you say to me, she's probably going to be the person they seek out, y'all. And unfortunately, so far, she hasn't had, well, maybe not unfortunately, maybe fortunately, I'll say fortunately. Fortunately, so far, she hasn't had drama to the point where she really needs to be seeking out anybody else. Everybody else has been having shit they need to navigate. And so they've been seeking out her, and that's been the story we've been getting about her. So I just also want to make space for, I don't know how she's showing up the other 23 hours that I'm not seeing. Does that make sense? That said, I do want Anaya, I do want her to know that she's also on vacation, and this is her experience too. Absolutely. I think that Casey and Anaya seem a lot more comfortable with each other now than they were early days. But honestly, y'all, it was early days. It was 2 days in. It was 3 days in. Like, I don't even know why we would be calling that a slow burn, y'all. That's not that slow of a burn. Like, it's literally barely been a week. It's barely been a week that they've been there together. Like, guys, just because everybody else can keep their lips off of each other and their faces separate don't mean that that's how Anaya and KC have to show up. And KC even said tonight, I was very shy and sort of like awkward or whatever. Like when I first came in, like now more of me is coming out. So he's also a little bit like, ooh, like, you know? And so now she's seeing more of him. So I'm not mad at it. As far as giving Melanie grace, here's the thing for me right now when it comes to Melanie. I understand why Melanie is acting the way that she is acting based on what she has disclosed and therefore what I can conceptualize about her as a therapist. I don't know. I don't do the background checky type of stuff on people, so I have no idea what his religious beliefs are. I actually don't think that, Franny, but I understand why you think that. I can understand that. What I was not fucking with, like I said, I'm gonna give her props for tonight about that one little thing. She did that one little thing. Y'all know me, right is right, wrong is wrong. So I can give credit when it's due, and I can still say that was actually not good, right? I was not fucking with the fact that she could not see where she was wrong. I wasn't fucking with that. The fact that she tried to gaslight Beatriz. Because if you don't know, what she was doing was an avoidance tactic. Well, tell me when I did it. That's to avoid having to be accountable for the thing you just did right now. I wasn't fucking with that. Tonight, she did finally say in her confessional, I was tripping, right? I'm paraphrasing, but like I was tripping. I needed to be vulnerable and like honest with her, whatever. Like, so she was able to finally get to a place of taking some level of accountability. I'm going to give her that. Don't love that she basically told Beatriz, like, you're one of the guys. You know what I mean? Like that was weird. But I appreciate Beatriz being like, yeah, but that's not what I want. What I want is this, which is why I like Gabe. So I liked being able to also understand why she likes Gabe so much. I think that everybody needs to be exploring, and that's okay. I thought Sincere communicated extremely well. This is why it's in my YouTube videos that's coming, y'all. I'm not sure. Listen, outside of the moment where, and I'm not saying it like it's small, y'all. But outside of the moment where he gaslit her about that conversation, because boy, stop playing. You was trying to see. You was trying to see if Kata was gonna if she was gonna be willing to move a little bit for you. You was looking, don't play. So he played in that conversation, y'all. He was absolutely lying, okay? But outside of that, he really hasn't done anything for me to have no smoke with him, honestly. I think people want to dislike Sincere because he's yellow and pretty. You know what I'm saying? And I think that there's a perception around boys like that, right? And yes, he did say he has a wandering eye. Matter of fact, I got two. My mama and them used to say that I was a ladies' man, and they right. Like, there are some things that are like, but he hasn't done anything yet outside of that moment for me to be like, ugh, you're weird. You know what I mean? I didn't like that moment. And I called it out. But other than that, he hasn't done anything that made me feel like he's a weirdo, right? I appreciated the moment where he lied about his intentions with that conversation with Kata. That boy was lying to Melanie. He was trying to make Melanie think she was crazy. Boy, you was trying to see if Kata was gonna shake a little something for you. You feel me? I appreciated his conversation with Anaya. His ability to express what was going on with him, to talk it through. I appreciate, if nothing else, what I appreciate about Sincere is that he is not afraid to seek counsel. He talked to Sean. He talks to Anaya. Like, he will be like, am I tripping? Like, talk it through with somebody rather than just making up a story in his head. I respect that, actually. And then the fact that he went over to her and was able to communicate what he did and did not like, how he actually felt about it. You know what I'm saying? I liked that. What I am like curious about is how much I also liked that he got right on down there. It was him, Zach, Corbin, and who else? One of the other guys that got right on down there with them and did that damn meditation and breath work exercise with them. I appreciate a man that's willing to like really settle down into his body. Now, what I also want to say is Corbin better start working on that damn mobility. Because baby, you were struggling. You too damn young to not be mobile. You sitting there, you can't even hit a straddle position. What is going on? I was like, what? You can't only lift the weights you can't only lift the weights, baby. You got to work on that mobility, okay? So there are some things that I appreciate about Sincere. Listen, there's nobody on the island right now that I'm like, I'm trying to think if I'm about to lie. I will say that I like Melanie the least as far as girls go. And y'all are not going to like this answer, but I actually like Corbin the least out of the guys right now. Because Gabe, I think he's creepy. Don't misunderstand me. He's a weirdo. But my girl Beatrice is healing something in her with him being there. And so I'm okay with that for her. I'm okay with that for her. I want her to get whatever she needs to get out of that experience for herself. And so he's serving a purpose. He can stay and do his little job. Kenzie, how do I feel about Kenzie? I don't feel about Kenzie, y'all. I mean, Corbin, I think, is going to go home next. Well, the guys will actually get to choose next, right? I think that Kenzie is going to move for that country bombshell. That white boy country bombshell. She going to be on that. She going to be on that. That's her type. Because listen, no shade all tea. But for Kenzie, if it ain't white, it ain't right. Okay, so she got the lightest, brightest that she could get up in that motherfucker. If it ain't white, it ain't right. I said what I said. Okay, that is how Kenzie. She don't like no light skins. She wanted to go for Bryce. And when she couldn't get Bryce, she went for Zach. She only with the light skins because she ran out of white men. I'm just sorry. I mean, what do y'all want me to say? What do y'all want me to say? I don't know who Soul is. Y'all are saying, are these the new bombshells? Child, I didn't pay attention to them damn bombshells. I'm sorry. That's rude. Who is Soul? The girl? Nah, Kenzie don't love black men. She might fuck them. That doesn't mean she loves them. I said what I said. Okay, Soul is the light bright. If she does go for KC, I don't think he gonna be moved. No shade all tea. I don't think he likes light brights like that. I don't think he likes light brights like that. Soul is pretty, but I don't think KC likes light brights. I think Sincere might turn his head because he like a light bright. So was a cute girl. The new blonde white girl is who Corbin is going for. He's just trying to bide his time until he can get a Latina in there. That is a light-skinned Latina that's not clicked up, right? Because he wasn't gonna go for Beatriz. He needs a light-skinned Latina, according to his ex, at least. And so I hope that tonight y'all also y'all had another opportunity tonight to witness that Sincere and Melanie are not a replication of that toxic couple from last season. Because no way that toxic couple would have been able to have that conversation the way that they did. He would have been able to express himself, to talk about what he was upset about, to talk about what hurt him. And she just sat there and listened and received it and then apologized, and they were able to move forward. It's not that couple from last season. That girl would have been crying, well, I guess I'm just the worst person and I just don't understand. And that's what would have happened. That is not what, they are not that fucking couple. I actually don't think that production wants a repeat of that based on the conversation we had with Ilea. They're not looking to replicate anything from last season. They might go a couple seasons further back, but they're not trying to replicate anybody from last season. And I want people to kind of get off of that a little bit. Well, the similarities are that both of these girls are insecure. That's the similarity. Bryce is going for that new blonde, isn't he? I don't know. Because we haven't seen Bryce pursue anyone other than Trinity. They did get attached quickly. That is another similarity. The biggest difference, though, is that other couple closed off almost night one. They literally said to each other, like, I don't want to explore anybody but you. That's different than what we see with Melanie and Sincere. They had a conversation about continuing to explore. Though I did notice that it wasn't said explicitly in their conversation tonight. We haven't seen Bryce explore anyone, so I have no idea what Bryce's type actually is. All we know is that he got chosen by Trinity and they've been together pretty much since, except for when he went on the dot to go, well, they both went on the dot to explore the, whatever they are, the bombshells. Other than that, we don't know. We don't know anything about that man. Do I like Zach? I don't have a reason to dislike Zach, but I don't necessarily like Zach. Zach is just in my villa. You know what I mean? Like, he just lived there. He just lives there. You know what I'm saying? I think that Zach has an ability to be very, very fucking funny, but he doesn't give us enough. And I wish that he would give us more. I wish that he would give us more. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I think that Zach should be comfortable. Kata has not left that man's... She has not been off of his body since she's been there, except when she's been forced to be off of his body. I think he should feel comfortable. She's not exploring anyone. She didn't even hang out with the girls. She hang out with that man. I don't think it's that production is trying to produce. I think that, listen, Ilea's in the chat, so she's going to be proud of me saying this. Listen, they're looking at 24 hours of footage. They're looking at 24 hours of footage, and they are determining, based on that 24 hours of footage, what is the main story here? What is the big moment? And then they are shaping the edits that we get around the story that they're going to tell. That's why today, when you got your first look, you saw the majority of that first look was focused on Trinity and Kenzie because they were your top girls tonight. They were the girls that were going to shake shit up, right? Because Corbin choosing Kenzie meant that Kenzie could no longer choose Sean potentially. And Trinity had a potential. That's why we finally saw a conversation with Sean and Trinity. Are y'all following? They saw what actually was going to play out, and then they said, okay, we need to edit it to make sense of the ending. Thank you, Ilea, for your service. If you don't follow Ilea, you need to. And they only have they edit it, and then within 16 hours, they drop the episode. Scroll up in the comments, CJ. She commented right above you. She commented spot on. So if you're looking for Ilea, the comment that she just left was spot on. And you can click her face and go follow her. Thank you, Gigi. It's right there pinned for y'all. You're welcome. Anaya's not moving for Corbin. She knows that boy is a fuckboy. She said it. She was trying to tell Kenzie, girl. But Kenzie is male-centered. So all it took was that man saying, I guess I was, I was just trying to, do too much too fast. Oh, it makes sense. I get it. It's okay. You explained it. You cleared the air for me. Easily impressed. Easily impressed. Oh, also, you all, I just posted 3 YouTube videos of my last lives. I feel like it's 3. I might be lying. It might be more than that. But there is one with Ilea. She is tagged in it. So you can go watch that because she comes on and she gives you a full breakdown of what it's like from the production perspective of reality TV. And then you also can click on her handle on that YouTube video and go follow her YouTube channel too. I would have never told Corbin what Kata told me. Listen, what I liked was that the girls came and told it to each other. That's what we need. That's what we need. Ilea, every time, girl. I loved that. Damn, y'all not about to be playing with us. I would not say that Kata is white passing. I don't think there's a black person. I feel like we always know our people. You feel me? I don't think there's a black person that would walk past that girl and think she's anything other than something with black in her. Like, we be knowing, like, there's something else up in there. Yes, Millie Rock, exactly. Exactly. They knew that tonight was going to end in a vote, and they knew who was going to be voted for. And so based on that, then they crafted our episode to make sense of the ending for us. Does that make sense? Corbin is from Miami, as far as I understand, born and raised. Clock it, Athena. White passing and white presenting are different. Do I like Melanie? I don't particularly enjoy her. I don't hate her, but she's not a favorite for me. Gigi, stop right there. Not stop right there when I said I don't. Please. Listen, I think, we be knowing. Y'all are so silly. You could have stopped at I don't. Please. Anaya absolutely is everyone's closest friend. She clearly has great judgment and is giving good advice, and so they keep seeking her out. Somebody said, do you like Melanie? And I said, I don't. And then I paused and they were saying, you could have stopped right there. I don't enjoy her personally. Like, she's not fun to me to watch. Like, I understand that, like, she's interesting to some people. For me, I don't like feeling, you know what it is? This is what it is. And this is me being selfish. You know what? It's me being selfish, and I recognize that. What I don't like is that she is a polarizing enough individual, which Ilea would say that polarizing people are what reality TV needs. I know. But she is polarizing enough where it kicks up a lot of dirt on social media about her. And then it becomes all this like, I don't like that. And so because I feel like she's part of the reason that that's happening, I don't enjoy her. Does that make sense? So it's like, it's her, but it's really the way people respond to her that I don't enjoy. Right? Like, even tonight when we were in here and we were just like sort of chatting about the episode, there are people in here that are like, Team Melanie, Melanie's the queen. You all are just jealous. Like, shut up. No, nobody even cares. Like, I don't care enough about her for you to be having that reaction about her to me. You know what I'm saying? I agree. I don't think that Casey is performative. People are so annoying. People that think, listen, people that think that Casey is performative are people that don't know how to pay attention to context clues, and they probably don't read books, and so I don't care what they think. Like, I'm sick of y'all. I'm sick of y'all. And yes, because it's always that damn deep. And y'all just don't want to believe that a black man can love a dark-skinned black woman out loud because you're traumatized, I'm going to keep saying it, from fucking Uno and 3D. Y'all must have just started watching. Because y'all didn't see Cordell and Serena. What are you talking about? He's performative. What? CJ, Uno is a card game. I'm going to let you figure it out. Uno is a card game, y'all. So who am I probably talking about? No, don't be sorry. Oh, so let me give you some tea, because I don't know if you know. But no, he doesn't. Okay. So you saw him couple up with a black woman. You heard him sing from the rooftops that she was going to be his one and only girlfriend. Okay. And Coco, she's gorgeous, right? She looked just like Shelly damn near, right? Okay. But this man just did an interview that I watched in full where he said, not my interpretation, he said, I went to Hawaii for school because I knew it was going to be some fine shit there. First. Then he said, I've always felt like my wife was going to be in Hawaii or in some other country. You tell me what the indigenous people of Hawaii look like. And then you tell me that man likes black women. I'm just saying. I rest my case. Okay? You also have the heart rate challenge in this moment. Yes, Uno said that, y'all. Uno said that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, y'all. He didn't specify. He said Hawaii or like somewhere else, like another country. That's what he said. I hope he don't watch my lives. I hope that man blocks me for his peace of mind. Because I be on that man. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, anyway, did we move for KC? Did we move for KC? Were we not moving for KC before? I mean, do y'all know something I don't know? Do y'all know something I don't know? Were we not moving for KC? As far as I'm concerned, I'm rooting for everybody black until you make me feel like I shouldn't. Is that bad? And to your point, you know what about like not necessarily rooting, like not necessarily being moved by anybody. I will say also that for me, it's like I have people that I like, but I also am like not invested enough where I'm like I would be like super sad if they like left the island. You know what I mean? Why are you side-eyeing him because he's a nurse? He's a CNA that wants to become a nurse practitioner. The man is trying to become. He's trying to do good things in his community. Why does that? Why does that make you side-eye him? And so for me, Shanique, that's the thing, right? So I guess this is how my brain works, y'all. For me, everybody comes in regular, except for Sean. I'm sorry. But everybody comes in on a leveled playing field. I'm neutral. I'm neutral about you until you give me a reason to not be. So I'm neutral about everyone until I have a reason to not be, except it's always ACAB. I'm sorry, y'all. Sorry, not sorry. So for me, it's like, I do want to see more of Casey, absolutely. But I also haven't seen anything from him that makes me be like, oh, I'm not messing with him. Personally. Sincere is not monoracial. His parents are two different things. I don't know what, but I know he's not monoracial. I loved that perspective on children and marriage, Shar, from KC. Also, people were clocking it, and I think it's hilarious. The fact that Melanie's like, I want to have, I'll give you 1,000 babies. Just, I'll pop them out for you. Pop, pop, pop. I want to make a football team. And he was like, well, I don't really care about having kids. Like, so he was basically like, girl, we good. He said, what's the one thing she want that I can say I don't? Thank you, Angie. I'm like, somebody clocked it, and that shit was so fucking hilarious to me. You know what, Mika? If I had to give it to anybody, the only substance I feel like we've truly seen so far, we got a little peek with Anaya and KC tonight. A peek, just a taste. And then I think that we've had a couple with Sincere and Melanie. That said, the substance that we've seen from Melanie and Sincere makes me feel like it's gonna we're gonna have to wrap it up. We're gonna have to wrap it up. From what we've seen in the conversation so far. And I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I would like Sincere to recouple. I would like Sincere to recouple with another woman. so that Melanie can go home. I'm sorry, y'all. I need her to show me a lot more moments of her not being a mean girl, of her having like emotional regulation even when she is frustrated and upset. And I need to see a lot more moments of her not doing things that hurt the other girls as a way to get back at her partner. I need to see a lot more moments of her not being male-centered for me to like get on a boat with her staying. You know what I'm saying? For now, she's okay. I can tolerate it, but I fear that it's only going to get worse as bombshells continue to come in and Casa happens, y'all. Erica, I talked about it. It'll be on my YouTube, but Beatriz continues to remain one of my favorites. I will say that. What about Gabriel right now? Gabriel, I always forget that he even lives at my villa. I always forget that he lives there. Wait, I don't think I know your question. I don't think I know your question. Gabriel for me is very much a side character, but I will allow him to stay. I will allow him to stay because he is currently serving a purpose for Beatriz. He is rewriting some things for her and healing some things for her. And so for that, I will allow it. But not for much longer. Okay? I'm going to need another man in there for my girl. Char, because Gabrielle doesn't actually care. Gabe is trying to bust somebody down. I'm sorry. Not sorry. I don't think that Beatriz is scaring Gabe away. I think that I just need somebody to hurry up and come in. That's for my girl. That's better. My only thoughts on Trinity and Bryce are that they still need to break up. That's it. Oh shit, hold on. I still missed it. Hold on. What are you asking me about during their argument? Agree with that. Gabe, Bryce, Melanie, and Kenzie can all go. I agree. Oh, emotion. Are you asking? Yes, Antoinette. Are you asking me if I feel like she needs to have emotional regulation as a result of the argument? Is that what you mean? I want to make sure I understand your question about Melanie. And I'm assuming you mean the argument with Beatriz. You don't like Kizzy, but you think the producers do. I mean, based on what we've all learned from Ilea, we know that part of it, right? Part of what we also know is that based on, how do I say this? I think that Anaya and Kenzie might be their top girls because those were the first two to come into the villa. So that's something that Ilea has shared, right? That like when they have certain people that they think are going to be like their front runners or like people that they think are going to be like sort of great and kind of set the tone for the villa, those will be the people that they send in first. So Kenzie and Anaya were the first two girls. Who were the first two boys? I don't remember. Was it Sean and Casey? Yeah. Sincere and Bryce. Which two? Which two, y'all? It was Sincere and Bryce. Okay, so potentially what they thought is that these are the two boys and these are the two girls that will set the tone of the villa. They may have even banked on or thought that Sincere and Anaya and Bryce and Kenzie would be a thing. They may have thought that. And according to Kenzie, Bryce immediately was her type. If he hadn't had a turtle tongue, they would be together today. So I think that, yes, definitely production probably sees Kenzie as having the potential to be like a fan favorite and to like set a great tone for the villa. I also know that production is going to let it play out however it plays out. You know what I'm saying? So if it gets to a point where it's like, oh, like just naturally that's not what happens, I don't think they're going to alter anything to try to make it happen. Does that make sense? Not when there's money on the line and potential lawsuits. I don't think so. That's why they always pecking, SG. They always pecking because that man got a turtle tongue. This man, when you saw what them white hips could do, and all I could think was, that stroke is whack. I was not feeling it. Personally. Listen, and she shouldn't be. Trinity shouldn't be a stepmom. So I'm actually okay with that. Good night, Ann. Bryce is the one with the strong chin. And y'all, he believes that chin is his best feature. Because in his social media and his Instagram, he is constantly hitting a profile. That strong chin and jawline, baby. He's giving it to us in every photo, child. Yes, I'm talking about Bryce's stroke. It didn't look enjoyable to. I didn't think I would enjoy it personally. You know what I'm saying? Personally. Ashley, he be jutting that shit like Natalie on camera too. Please. Y'all cracking me up. Because Corbin couldn't find nothing nice to say about Trinity, to be perfectly honest. I don't know if y'all was really watching. But Kenzie and Melanie were the only girls that he pulled where he didn't put a pillow on his body. And if you've ever, I don't know how many of you are like clinicians or if you've ever been to therapy, but like when you put that pillow on your body, it's an instinctive way to create protection and distance. And Melanie and Kenzie were the only girls he didn't do that with. And when he didn't ask Melanie for a kiss and he only asked Kenzie and Kata, I knew that it was up with Kenzie. And then Melanie, she's so goddamn male-centered. So she's, instead of being offended or being like, oh, this must mean like maybe he's not as into me as he is into these other girls, her response was, well, I mean, like, yeah, like, what's wrong with that? Because she's the cool girl. I'm the cool girl. Like, what's wrong with that? Of course. Like, it's fine. Why is that a big deal? Do you think that you were just trying to like, maybe you were just trying to like bombshell? Why are you saving that man from himself? I think that Kata is like gorgeous, and so of course he thinks she's gorgeous. I don't know, y'all. She might be light enough for him. She might be light enough for him. But based on what his baby mom said, I just don't think that, he would go for her. I don't think he really want Kenzie either. Kenzie was the option. I agree. Not here for you. I think Kata is too black for him. And she barely, you know what I'm saying? Like, based on what she said, I don't know that he would. Yes, his baby's mom has alleged that he is a colorist. Absolutely. But that he doesn't like white girls. But what she means is like white American. Oh God, I keep giving this man a child. Not his baby mom, y'all, his ex-girlfriend. I'm sorry. Maybe he got a kid that he don't know about, child, because I keep calling her his baby mama. I'm just kidding. It's not his baby mama, y'all. It's just his ex. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. I keep calling that girl his baby mama. That's not his baby mama. It's not his baby mama. Okay? It's his ex-girlfriend. Child. I'm sorry to that man. I am sorry to that man. Okay? I'm sorry to that man. My bad. Okay, it's too many baby daddies on the goddamn show. One was too many. Now I'm confused. Everybody a baby daddy, okay? Everybody a baby daddy. But I feel like he picked Kenzie. No, don't do that, Kyra. Listen. Somebody gonna be like, no, he has a baby. Then I'm like, what's your source? They was talking about it, and the source is fucking me. And that shit was just a Freudian slip. I'm my bad. It's just a mix-up, y'all. I also keep calling Bryce Zach. Child, don't listen to me. I can tell you about their behavior, but I can't tell you who is who, child. Now, come on. The grandma with the baby, okay? Y'all are so funny. You want her to teach Anaya to be mean. Listen, I don't think Kata kicks it with them enough to do that. Kata don't kick it enough with Anaya to teach her to be mean. Again, I have not seen her off of that man's body except when she's had to be off of that man's body. I low-key feel like production might have encouraged her to go ahead and pull that man for a chat. So, I'm just kidding. Listen. Now, y'all doing a lot with this Zach is Fine content. You know what I'm saying? Millie Rock, I already clocked Kata's tea. I already clocked Kata's tea. You know what? Zach is very cute on his Instagram. He's very cute on his Instagram, y'all. I feel like everybody knows the Kata tea. The Kata tea is that Kata was a Huda fan last season. Both she and her sister reposted videos during the height of the anti-Black racism and misogynoir that was being thrown at Olandria and Shelly. Her sister has quite a few about Shelly as well in their repost. Kata only has the one, but it's an edit of Amaya going off on Austin, and then Huda yelling at Olandria during the Stand on Business challenge. And it was during that time when everybody was calling them mean girls. And it don't matter if her sister removed them, child. I already screen recorded it and made a video. But I mean, you know, good for her. But see, I wasn't that person in the general public. I was never falling for that anti-black, they're bullies, mean girls ass bullshit. It was never happening. I was never, you know what I'm saying? Like, so that's very unfortunate in my opinion, you know? And I think that if you're a person that took a stance like that during that time, it absolutely does mean something about you. If nothing else other than you don't have enough, let me find it. You don't have enough awareness, is the word I'll use. You don't have enough awareness around period, CJ. You don't have enough awareness around racial dynamics in this country. And that makes me wonder just like about you in general. You know what I'm saying? Because you are a woman who has a Black Haitian father, and therefore, as far as I know, are half Black. And so I wonder about what you think or know about your Blackness in yourself. That's my biggest thing, is right that it always makes me, if you were a person that participated in that, it makes me wonder what you understand about race dynamics. And if you don't understand very much, then I don't perceive you as someone that is safe. So I noticed it. I also still really enjoy her in my villa. Like, that doesn't change that. I like how she shows up. I like that she is herself. I like that she's confident. Like, I like all of that. I enjoy all of that. And there is this other part of you that I'm like, babes, I really hope that you grow around that. You know what I mean? Nunu, we're talking about the repost from Kata and her sister. People didn't know about them, so I was just saying that. You never liked her? Like, I thank you for that note, Lana. My thing is, she hadn't done anything for me to dislike her personally. And what I really liked, always on the nuance. You feel me? We always gonna do nuance over here. My thing is, what made me like her when she came into the villa, what made me like her was that first night with her, Zach, and Bryce, and her being able to say, not tonight. And I know that for you to be able to tell a man no like that at 22, you a badass bitch. You a confident ass woman. And I knew that I was going to enjoy that in the villa, because you're someone that's willing to assert a boundary no matter how it makes anybody else feel. And I knew that we needed that type of energy in the villa based on the shit we had to deal with last year. And I'm not saying, listen, I'm not coming at my girls for not, right? I'm not coming at Olandria for not. I'm not even coming at Shelly for not. I understand completely why they would not. Kata is exactly what a light-skinned, biracial Black woman should be doing. Leveraging your privilege and your light skin in order to actually stand for some shit, right? Because Anaya couldn't do to Melanie what Kata could do to Melanie and still get her tens, right? People would have called Anaya a mean girl. They would have made narratives immediately about her. That's why I know people don't want to give Beatrice her 10s, but I'm actually going to give them to her because I actually appreciate her being the voice rather than it having to be Anaya or Trinity. I actually appreciate, whether she meant to or not, her putting herself in the front of that. I'm sorry, I do. And from what I see on Beatrice's profile in the company that she keeps, I would imagine that she might have some understanding about that. So for me, I knew that I was going to like the fact that Kata was confident enough to say things no matter how people felt and what that would then bring to the villa. I knew that I was going to like that. Now, she's not a client. I ain't got no clients. You know what I'm saying? I know. Don't remind me about the box braids, okay? Just... don't remind me. The cornrows were very cute with the baby hairs, but I'm just saying. I need her to explain when she gets out the villa. I do. I need an explanation for that. I will say that it seems like she only ever has them when she's running, but I still would like an explanation. But yeah, but then I saw the repost, and so I was like, yeah, I'm cool on like being a super fan, but I do like the energy she brings to the villa. And for that, she can stay for now. Not the box braids were chopped. Okay, so she has more than one. She has more than one. She has one set of box braids where there are like rubber bands tied on the end, which made me wonder like if it was her hair or not. I couldn't tell. Yes, y'all, don't stop trying to embarrass me on my live, y'all. Okay? Because Beatrice is still my girl. Listen, y'all, stop it. Okay? But she also had one style where she had two ponytails and they were braids. And I actually thought that was kind of cute. Those ones weren't chopped. But don't tell her I said that. And then she also had like cornrows one time with like the little slicked baby hairs and shit. Okay. They were, Gigi. They were cute. Y'all, maybe they were just French braids. Golly. Golly. Dang. Okay, but when she had the cornrows, y'all, they were for like a Nike shoot, because she had a Nike swish in the cornrows for one of them. They were Dutch braids. They were Viking braids, okay? Y'all. Golly. Jeez, get off of me. But you know what? Here's I hear you, Mika, because I tried to do that in my brain too. Like, oh, you know, it's because she's running. It's a track thing. Oh, she's just trying to keep her hair back. Oh, you know, she's just being practical. But she has moments where she's running with just a ponytail. So no, it's a choice. It's a choice. No, Lana, you right. We all should be in bed. Child. Why I got y'all up? Just up, yapping. So, you know. Not your off, Gigi. And you know what? That was the Nike one that I think you're talking about. She had on like a black outfit and the cornrows with the baby hair slicked. I don't know, y'all, but I took screenshots of the pictures because while I am going to give Beatrice her 10s and I'm going to talk about the things that I really enjoyed about her on the show, that is going to be the picture I put in the back because I am still going to critique that too. Like, I don't care. It is what it is. We can do both. We can do both. Oh, my opinions on Bryce and Trinity. Break up. That's it. 22, 29. Those are my opinions. Wrap it up. As soon as my girl gets an option in that motherfucker, wrap it up. They're cutest friends. They're cutest friends. They're cute as homies. They're cute as confidants. You feel me? That's it. That's it. Ain't no romantic or sexual chemistry there, y'all. They pecking like, you know, middle school kids. Like, please, y'all. They biding their time. Literally, Caitlin, I'm ready for him to go. If the next bombshell that come in ain't 27, bye. Bye. Who do I think has star potential from this cast? No one. Okay, let me be nicer. When you say star potential, what do you mean? If you mean like a Landria, nobody. Nobody. I don't think that will ever be replicated. If you mean like will get popular and like make a little name for themselves, I could see it for Kata. I could see it for Sean if he plays his cards right. And I could see it for I haven't seen enough from Trinity yet to say that Trinity has star power yet, y'all. Those are the only two that I think I can name right now. Kata and Sean if he plays his cards right. Here's the thing though, right? Kenzie has the most followers right now because the YTs are rallying for her, right? But that Honda Accord also has the most followers and don't really got no emotion, right? So that follower count does not translate to actual star power. Why Sean? Why do I think Sean? The reason I think Sean is because I think he has a lot of sympathy right now from the public, right? People feel like he was cheated because he's a dad, and that being a dad is something that should be admirable. And so they feel like he's been slighted. They've been mad at Beatrice since night one. They've been mad at Beatrice since night one. People feel like, you know, he should have gotten you know, he's just a dad that wants love. Why can't single dads also have love too? Whole time he ain't a fucking single dad. He's a dad that's single, but he's not a single dad in the way that we would define a single dad or a single mother. He's a dad that is single. He is a co-parenting father. That baby's mother is engaged and active in her child's life. Absolutely did that to himself. Please. He should study Jeremiah and Jalen. I actually do not think that Jeremiah or Jalen's blueprint would work for him. He's not just a blue collar guy, right? Which was sort of Jalen's shtick. I'm just a guy that's a trucker and, you know, I just want a very country down home life. I want to find my woman, right? And Jeremiah's shtick was that he was a nerd. His shtick is that he is a dad that was also a public servant. By definition. So I don't think that he can really follow their blueprint. And no shade, all tea, even the both of them, their blueprints are not the same. They're different. Listen, y'all, he needs to do commercials with his baby. He needs to come to an agreement with the mom. And they need to get into that bag. He could do all the, you know, when I'm a busy dad, this is my go-to protein shake before I hit the gym, because as a busy dad, I don't have time to make a meal. Like, he could do all that little stupid shit. I mean, all that little stuff. You know what I'm saying? He got a lane. He could stay in it. You feel me? The thing is, he wouldn't be marketing to Love Island fans. He would be marketing to he's not the first dad on the show, but he's the first one to lean into his fatherhood as a part of his identity. He made it his persona on the show. He made that his identity on the show, right? We knew that No Neck Johnny had a baby, but because we just knew. You know what I'm saying? We knew that Melvin had however many damn children he had, but that's just because we knew. You know what I'm saying? Like, he is setting himself up for the dad content. And I think that he actually can get somewhere with that. They potty training that baby right now. You know, start slinging them little potty training chairs. And I'm not even being funny. I'm serious, y'all. Like, I'm serious. These are all things that I think he truly could do. You know what I'm saying? And, like, do well at it. Well, he ain't no cop no more, so I don't know if he can do hot cop content no more. Didn't he get fired, child? He applied for leave and they didn't approve it, so technically it's job abandonment. Child, I don't know. A Tyco commercial would actually be great. Lady Lovebug, it depends on how they classified his firing. There are certain things, certain ways that they'll like classify it where you can't be rehired. So I don't know. I don't know, y'all. I don't care. But I also, listen, I said to y'all, I think I might have said it to subscribers. I don't think he was never planning to go back to his job. He was never planning to go back to his job. Love Island was, yes, about trying to find some labor, but it was also about making a name for himself, being seen. He's attractive, he's a dad, he's wholesome, right? These are the things. He's being the advice columnist on the island for, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was about making a trajectory change. People think that Bryce and Zach have a little bromance going on. That's why. No, on God Batitis, that is another option. I'm not going to say it out loud for the YouTube, but I actually do think that he has enough fanfare right now to be okay. Only because he's not a Bella. He's not a Hannah. He has a shtick. That's what I think people are not like remembering about. I feel like Sean is different than other people that get booted. Other people that get booted early, you left the island and all that you had was that you were beautiful. You were beautiful. You were a beautiful person that got cast onto an island with a bunch of other really beautiful people. And that's it. So when you leave the island, you're just one more beautiful person out in the world, right? Jalen's shtick was, I've never been anywhere. Not that I think it was like like it was real, right? But like, I've never been anywhere. This is the first time I've been out the country. And then people wanted him to do all kind of shit. Because they felt empathy for him. They wanted to give him an opportunity. It is the same thing with Sean. He's a single dad that couldn't find love on the island. Let's craft something around. I absolutely think that he has enough to do a little something. He can make a little something shake. Exactly. When Jalen and Jeremiah left, the public felt like they were wronged. Same with Sean. Jeremiah got his platform because the public thought that he had been bullied off of that island, that he had been voted out only because of jealousy and because, you know, whatever. And so then this man became a damn book talk nerd, right? He had a shtick. Listen, a single dad who works too hard, who loves his kid and never stops. Listen. I believe so. I think Sean will be just fine. Stop it. I think Sean will be just fine, y'all. He just has to get into the right rooms with the right hands. I think so, Rim. Did I think that Sean was gonna last longer? Not if I had anything to do with it, which I didn't. I had absolutely nothing to do with it. You know what I'm saying? But I knew after looking at the first look today, after watching the first look, I put out a video and I gave predictions, and I pretty much knew that it was going to come down to Bryce. Well, I thought it was going to come down to Bryce and Sean. Is that what I said? No, Corbin and Sean is what I thought. I thought Bryce, Corbin, and Sean, because I thought that Trinity and Kenzie were going to pick at the end. So once Corbin got that text, I knew it was going to be Bryce and Sean, and that Trinity was going to pick last, and that Trinity was a smart girl and was going to pick Bryce. So I knew that he was going to likely leave tonight based on the first look this afternoon. So no, I didn't expect him to last longer. Based on that. Now, if you're talking about just like in general, once I saw how the girls were moving with him, I think it was inevitable that he wasn't going to last long enough. Thank you, Stella. I think it was inevitable that he was going to go home because none of the girls were really moving for a 29-year-old single dad. That's single. Lady Lovebug, that's because he was lying. I don't even think it was about them being scared to be a stepmom. I think it was about the fact that they realized, like, I shouldn't be a stepmom. Especially now what we've heard about, you know, about the relationship with his baby's mother, you know. No 22 or 23-year-old needs to be walking into that. Talking about Anaya and Trinity explicitly. So, exactly. You didn't pull Trinity to talk to her until the day that you were potentially going to be eliminated. You wasn't for real. Kissing her every night, tongue hanging out his mouth. That's why Bad calls him Free Willy. Because he had that tongue hanging out his mouth. They playing tonguesies. We manifested. We said that the only right and just thing was to help that man get home for his child's birthday. And thanks to us, that child will have his father home for his birthday. We truly are gracious people, kind, thoughtful, considerate, loving. Period. Okay? Good intentions always win. Okay? We are paying it forward. We're making sure that he can be the dad he wants to be for that baby. Please, Erica, call 188-LOVE-ISLAND and you too can send a father home for his son's birthday. For 15 cents a day. I'm sorry. Okay, stop, y'all. Please. Have some decorum. Okay, I don't disagree that I would like to see more options come in. Because right now the options that are coming in, I fear are not for anybody other than Kenzie and Bryce. And maybe Sincere. Like, I don't think that those options are really for anybody else. Maybe Corbin. I don't know. But I'm going to need some more black people that have 2 black parents and 4 black grandparents. Okay? Because y'all know good and goddamn well. Anyway, child. Let me shut up. Or that at least desire dark-skinned black people. Like, and not on no fetish shit, not on no weird shit. You know what I'm saying? Now he gonna switch out his blondes. Please, Lady Lovebug. Y'all leave Corbin alone. Ladies. Yes, Sincere is a biracial person, but I don't know what he's mixed with. I think somebody was saying Samoan and some shit, child. I don't fucking know. Exactly. Outside of KC, who likes dark-skinned black women on this cast? So far, no one. Like, listen, I know that, what's that boy's name? Bryce's friend has alleged that Trinity is his type. But niggas be lying. You feel me? Like, where are the receipts? So I know he's Hispanic. What else is he though? He's something else. I don't remember what he is, y'all. I don't know. He's just another light bright. No shade. Like, I don't know. He just mixed. His grandma is black, maybe. Okay. I don't know. Oh, goodness. That's a conversation, Tay. Is Melanie black? I can't tell. Okay, you know what? Sincere is not a light bright because that definitely is for black Americans. What I'm going to say about Sincere is that Sincere is racially ambiguous. I'll say that. Melanie, oh God. I love y'all. I do. I swear. I swear. So when I say this, it's not me being mean, okay? Because I just told you I love you. So everything I say after that is just framed with the I love you first, okay? Is Melanie black? And somebody asked, is Amaya black? Now I'm about to end this live. Listen. I also I saw somebody say like they're Dominican, okay? Dominican and being black are like two separate things, right? Like I know that she said yo soy dominicana, pero that's not what she marks for race on her forms. Right? We don't have that many options for race. We made the shit up. Not we. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Made the shit up, and we didn't come up with that many choices. You feel me? We said pick from these 5. You know what I'm saying? Like, we didn't come up with that many options, right? Dominican is not a race. And so racially, I don't know how she identifies. I don't know. Okay? What I will say is that phenotypically in the United States, she would be read as a black woman. Yes, a black woman that is a Latina woman. Yes, or Hispanic woman, right? Yes, a black woman that is also Dominican. Yes, a black woman that is, right? Like, yes, but she would still be read phenotypically as a black woman in the United States. Do I think that she is black in the way that black Americans are black? No. Those are two separate things, right? And this has to do with like the way that black in the United States explicitly is like political, right? It's not just like a race, like a social construct around race. Like it is political as well. And so I don't think that she identifies as black in that way. And yes, phenotypically, she would be read as black. It is true that Iris referred her Lady Love book. Listen, Ashley, clock it. Political down to the 1 drop rule, right? This rule that basically says we want to exclude you from whiteness as much as we can. So even 1 drop means you black, which I don't subscribe to that, to be clear. And we want to, if you want to really go there. We also want to erase the indigenous people of this land to the point where blood quantums are what determines indigenous ancestry. $5 Indians is not a joke. That was a real thing. They was buying their ways onto them rolls. That's another lesson for another day. All of it is made up. All of it is made up. All of it is made up. Because listen, oh my God, I'm about to embarrass myself. No, I'm not telling y'all. Melanie was referred by Iris. Race is made up. Race is it's literally all made up. The same way money is made up, though, right? It's literally a piece of paper. We've just all socially agreed that this paper that has a 20 on it is worth $20. You understand? Like, it's all socially constructed. It's all made up. But we agree to it via a contract, right? That we don't necessarily, it is just sort of inherent, right? The Racial Contract. I recommend this book to y'all all the time by Charles Mills. We all subscribe to it. You're not going to go to the grocery store and walk out and be like, money is a social construct. You're going to pay for your groceries, right? So even though race is made up, it also still holds power. But it absolutely is made up. And blood quantums are bullshit as well. Okay? Because, oh God, embarrassing. Because I'm clipping this part out of the live when I repost it to YouTube. Because I have 2 Black parents. I have 4 Black grandparents. And I have 1, 2, 7. 7 Black great grandparents. Only 7 of them. One of them was not fully Black. He was Blackish, because you know how they used to do. He was mulatto, then Negro. Y'all know how they used to do, right? I have 7 Black, unambiguous, right? Black great grandparents. And 14 Black great grandparents. So you'll notice I only named 3 people in all of those levels of generations that were not Black. Blackity black, right? But DNA wise, I'm 43% white. European of some sort. It's a mix of a whole bunch of shit. But it's way back in my line before you have the first fully white ancestor. So blood quantums are not real either. Latitus, listen, y'all can't tell me nothing about nothing, okay? Because I gave birth to a baby born on the first day of Black History Month, okay? And I gave birth to a baby born the day before Juneteenth. I'm blackity black. I'm the blackest of the black, baby. I don't care. So yeah, y'all, anyway. I love that we do that. I love that we have our little asides. Exactly, Ashley. Exactly, Ashley. White people aren't fighting to claim you, but let it be the reverse, child. They'll be running you up and down while they can say nigga. Oh, and I had a baby in Black Music Month. I didn't even know June was Black Music Month. Period, poo. Listen, Corbin's son, all I know is why do I keep giving this man a baby? Y'all, he got a secret baby somewhere. Okay, I'm sorry. Stop. I'm just kidding. Don't start that rumor. Sean's baby. Sean's baby better not grow up and think that he could say nigga. Because his daddy is half Black. Or a quarter Black, whatever the fuck. You are a white child. I'm just saying. Listen, Drake. Yeah, Zakiah, his mom is white and Korean, and his dad was Black and white. Is that correct, y'all? His mom only claimed Black and Korean, which I thought was interesting. I thought that was interesting. Yeah, that's what got revealed, P, that his mom is actually Asian. I mean, is that true or is it a lie? Because his sister looks like just a white woman, right? But their dad is a white man. Okay, they didn't specify if his dad was mixed. But yeah, his mother is Korean and white, is my understanding, and his dad is black. But his mom identified him as only Korean and black. Y'all think he looks Korean and black? Not to me. Not to me. He looked more Polynesian to me, which does have Asian ancestry, but it didn't look straight black and Asian. As someone that grew up in LA with a bunch of Samoans, a bunch of, like, he did not look, and a bunch of Blasians, he did not, to me, look Korean and black only. Personally. Girl, them Samoans used to be big as hell on the football teams in LA, child. They do. I agree, P. They have a slightly different look from what we've seen. You know? Listen, not here for you. I didn't know you was in Long Beach. Listen, my mama was a Dorsey Don. My sister was a Dorsey Don. I went to Dorsey for a little bit, and them Samoans used to be up and through that. You hear me? They used to be up and through that. Period. Long Beach Poly. I loved it, Chiquita. I'm sorry, Chiquita. I know you probably just got here, babe, but I already answered it. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be short, but I've answered it a couple times. Yes, call me Kate. Laces unicorns. And my sister at one point went to Culver City. She was a Centaurian. Culver City Centaurs. Why the hell we have so many mythical creatures as fucking mascots, y'all? What was wrong with us? I don't know. It's very LA of us, okay? Okay, y'all are right. It is late as hell, y'all. Okay? I love y'all down. I will get this posted probably tomorrow. We will go live probably earlier in the day tomorrow, okay? Love y'all very much. Great episode, great night. We have done a great service to the community, and shout out to that baby for his second birthday. His daddy, the birthday planner. All right. I love y'all. See you later.